Morning. My shit is far away. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the classiest place on earth. I'm a professional. How are you doing? Bitch. Rod. Oh my god. Oh my god, it is almost going to preschool. I was like, wait, what? Yeah, wow. Thank you for resubbing the class, keeping the fucking classy alive and giving it its swings. I appreciate you. I'm tired. Fucking tired, man. Good morning. I hope you're doing well. Oh, time in. Just a reminder, your beautiful rainbow souls. Also, Taylor Swift announced her new album, The Torture Poets Department, and as a poet, I feel a little called out. The Tortured Poets. Okay. You're a beautiful fucking Stardust, and I appreciate you. Thank you for being awesome. So old, I know. Jesus. But, dude. Well, I mean, it's like, nothing can just be one thing. So I wake up this morning, my alarm goes off, and like, I don't know if anybody else gets this, but when I'm gonna puke, I get instantaneously really hot and sweaty all of a sudden. Just fucking puked. I woke up, just puked my guts out. I don't know. We're all dying here. Welcome to the house of hell. How are you? It was just like water. It was just water I had drank the night before. It was nothing. I'm fine. I'm not sick. But like, why? That is not the way anybody wants to start their fucking day, universe. Kelty, thank you so much for subbing the class, keeping the class alive, and giving any swings. I fucking appreciate you. I have literally glue stick right next to my chapstick, and I live in existential fear that I'm gonna put glue stick on my face one day. It's gonna happen. Instant sweat. Yeah, it's like, and you start like doing the deep breaths, like, oh god, no. Maybe I'm just hot. Oh fuck. And yeah, then you just run. Yeah. Fuck that shit. Yep, mouth sweats. I never knew what that was. I learned it's literally your body lubricating your mouth so your stomach acid doesn't kill your teeth. Crazy. It is. I mean, migrants, honestly, like, I've been trying to unalive myself for so long at this point, it's almost funny. I just don't understand. It's the most annoying thing. Same thing happened Saturday morning. I think it was because I hadn't ate anything since the day before. Yeah, I think what I did was after I ate dinner last night, I chugged this entire thing and then just went to sleep. And I think it just sat in my belly all night. And then this morning I woke up and was like, parfy. So it's just been it's been fun. But you know what? It can always be worse. It can always be worse. Dude, literally, oop, gotta go. Yeah, literally, that moment. Yep. It's the weirdest feeling. I get mouth sweats from puke, and if I get the sudden sweats, it means eat or faint. Yeah, I get that too. Sad news I have, but with potential hope, there was an official Fat Nugs plushie. Oh, please bring it back. I'm not kidding you. If I had pink fabric, I would have started making one last night. So you guys know I've been making, like, I make. That's just what I do. And it usually ends up in trash. I don't know. It's how I fill my time. There's no purpose to it. It's not for any reason other than, ooh, look, a project I think I could do. That'll fill my time. So I've been just like, I usually have like 20 projects going at a time. It's how I feed the ADD. We're not going to worry about it. And so it takes me forever to finish something because I'm working on 20 things at a time. But I finally got the body done on my little Mothra. This is going to be Mothra. I mean, I just haven't done the moth parts, but I got his little butt. This is the guy. Look at that little booty. I did it on accident. Pinch. Why? No one knows. I don't even know. I'm at this point where I'm like, what the fuck am I going to do with that when I finish it? Like, do I even finish it? Should I just throw it away before I waste any more time? So stupid. I do this all the time, though. The ADHD creative inner native habitat, it's constant. Honestly, if I didn't have like the skills or know how to get into crafting stuff, I don't know what I would do with my day. Honestly, I have no idea what I would do with all my time. Oh my God. I wish I could crochet. Seriously, I don't have the patience or like, I can't. The counting. It's the counting of the stitches drives me crazy. He's going to be cute. I'm excited. This was honestly what I do is I like start 5 projects and then I move around them depending on what seems appealing at the time because there's certain parts of projects I fucking hate to do. For instance, applique, which is this. I hate it. I don't want to do it, but there's no other way to do it. So I put it off for like a week and finally I was like, I'm going to sew the eyes on. Robo, you generous fuck. Thank you so much for gifting a sub to Revolticon. Revolticon, go forth and be consensual in all the ways. Thank you. I appreciate you. When I was trying my space otter guy, when I was trying my space otter tattoo, a guy came in to get a Mothman tattoo. Really? That makes me really happy. Oh, dude, Viata, stained glass is one of those craft spaces that I avoid because I think it'd be a really expensive place for me to go, but it's so cool. Like, I'm infinitely jealous of people that do craft that is useful. I don't know how to put that. I seriously, everything I do, I feel like is pointless, useless for the most part. Like, it's not a purpose. I'm so jealous of people that get into actual, like, woodworking, leather crafting, like, useful art. Mine's just shit. It's just crap you just throw away, put on a shelf, you know? Good morning, sheepy. Season 2 of The Interview with the Vampire begins May 12th. I didn't watch the rest of it because they baited, like, it's on a different service or something. Like, you could only watch 2 episodes on Prime, and then it was like, just kidding, you have to buy this service. So I was like, fuck you. I don't need it, even though I really needed it. You know? I convinced myself I didn't need it. Art's never pointless. I mean, when's the last time you invested in art, Rod? Aside from your tattoos. No, you can't speak, like, unless you're like a rich, pretentious person, no one can afford the art you just look at. You know? Versus if it's art that's useful, people are a lot more willing to want to buy it and like look at it, you know? I heard a rumor that the Night Mother was live and I was told to come hang. Who's talking shit out there? Do I need to fuck someone up?
Time to fight. Containers? What containers? Containers are useful?
Oh, you borrow it. See, yeah, it's on AMC. That's what it is. Yep, it's some other service. I hate that. Quilter? Yep, I used to quilt all the time. I have not quilted since I moved to Colorado because I literally don't have the space. Like the worst part about quilting, I mean, the disadvantage to quilting is you inevitably have to lay the quilt out on a flat surface and you have to have room for it. Like, you have to have space. I have no fucking space anymore and it drives me crazy. A peacock sub? Dude, nice. Good morning, knives. I mean, Rod, sure, yeah, that's true. I don't know, right? But that, boom, writing, useful art. You interact with it. Painting, you put it on a wall. End of. How about them O's? I don't want to talk about it. What did you do wrong? Wait, what happened? What? I don't know if you did anything wrong. What? I don't know. I'm a little fucked up in my brain, so I don't know. Maybe. Sure, I'll go with that. It's not like art though. I don't know. Like, I sew a lot and do a lot of embroidery and stuff. I'm trying to get stop it. Tom Cardy, don't autoplay. If you weren't around yesterday, my computer literally crashed halfway through the day, and we just sat in silence for 3 hours. So I'm being gentle. She's a bitch. I loaded a bowl. We're good. I'm sorry. I'm very spacey. Speaking of my dad, think it'd be Fragile X syndrome, which is similar to autism. It's genetic, but the problem I have is where I live, there used to be 2 assessors for autism, and now there's only 1. Dude, the fucking battle that y'all Brits go through to get a diagnosis. I mean, like, I'm not anti. Oh God, do I have a lighter? Yes, I do. I'm not anti socialized healthcare. Like general, like our healthcare system in America is totally broken. But when I listen to like YouTubers and stuff, and you guys talk about just getting a fucking diagnosis in the British Isles. I mean, seriously, you can have a GP who's like, I think you have ADHD, and you're like, okay, cool. Let's get on the track for that. All right, the waiting list is 3 years to see someone for the first time. Even though your GP is pretty sure you have it, you can't be diagnosed. That's crazy. Like, how is that better? I mean, that's Rod, that's what I'm saying. All of my art is just costs me a shit ton of money and is useless. Like, I mean, it doesn't because I use scraps and shit, but you know what I mean? Like, I make a bunch of stuff that just sits around and I end up throwing it away unless Zach digs it out of the trash can. Pilot Has Been song. Ooh. Sewing and embroidery is art. It is. What I was saying, Knives Out, I'm really jealous of people that make useful art. Like woodworking, leather crafting, metal working, etc. Art that you interact with. I don't know. I'm jealous of that because I feel like all the art I make is like, ooh, pretty. End of. You know? Like, that's it. I was bitching about it because I got this far on my little Mothman, dude. I got his little arms on and shit. And I appliqued his eyes. And I got to this point where I started looking at it and I was like, why even finish it? Because why am I making this? What am I going to do with this? Like, I'm going to shove it in a box. And it's going to go somewhere that I'm never going to see it again. But I don't know what else to do with all my day. So I just, you know. Whatever. Cheers. Comedy and or music. I mean, I'm jealous of that kind of like. I wish I had a way with words. Fucking fruit fly haunting me. I wish I had a way with words that artists that you know wordsmiths. You know what I mean? Like I feel like I stumble over my own mouth constantly. Ooh, am I gonna DM you? If you could look and respond, would super appreciate. I will on my first break. Absolutely. Oh, we listened to this. The Thank You and Good Night. It actually broke my soul. We listened to this song. We'll listen to it again. It's really heartbreaking. It like made me very sad. We listened to it literally before the end of this show. And I was like, man, it feels like the end and it's not the end. What the fuck? Yeah, 80 inpatients, outpatients, really good. But when it comes to getting a diagnosis, it's a nightmare. My dad tried in the 90s and he was saying the battle he had was ridiculous. It is. I mean, I personally think it's absolutely ridiculous. Hold on, let me see if I can grab it. Rod, Instagram's been kind of a bitch today. I think it's just Instagram though. I think it's because Facebook owns it and it's just shit. Hanging on a wall next to a lamp, art. I know, but that's not useful. Hold on, my shit jumped. Visual art's mental interaction, just like books. There's a story to every creation. I love seeing made art and thinking about that process. I do too. I don't know why I feel like I'm the only, like, I don't know. Is that weird? Anus! Oh my god, how are you? Robo, shush. No. I'm crap. You know it. Oh my god, Anus. Is that album not amazing? I mean, the whole album's phenomenal, but Hold On to Now just gets me in a weird way. That song is so good. That her new album Tension, like when Kylie Minogue will never fail. I don't know. If hell is forever, then heaven must be a lie. Yeah, I can't stand that line. It actually hits way too hard. A few of the emergency services give stuffed animals, dolls to children to help comfort them in emergencies. You could make things like that and donate. I would never be able to make enough. I'd love to do that. My mom actually does that. My voice, probably because I puked. Um, my mom knits constantly. Like that's how she's ADD and totally undiagnosed, never been to therapy. You know how it goes. And she knits and crochets and stuff. And that's what she does. She knits hats and then donates them to shelters, like women's shelters, because she just knits so many of them and doesn't know what to do with them. But it takes me so long to make one thing. It would be like, you know what I mean? I would never make enough. Me explaining to my Gen Z parents hetero findom pay pig consensual breeding fetish co-parenting situationship a Catholic marriage. Good morning, Molly. Dude, Anus, so fucking good. I'm so glad you like it. I seriously, Kylie just blows me away. That's the thing, David. It's like I feel like the way that the NHS or the socialized healthcare of Great Britain as a whole, the way that they fuck you is by putting these walls. Like they essentially avoid taking care of you by creating these crazy wait lists. Like you have to have more providers than that in your country. It's just they're not employing them. They don't see it as a, you know what I mean? It feels like they're doing it on purpose. To me, just out from the outside in, that's what it looks like. That seems gross because like you can't get the help you need until you get the fucking diagnosis that you could die before you get. That's crazy. Money, was it not amazing? Oh, Barry, let me grab it. Hold on. Holy shit.
That's like so many months, BDO. Thank you for subbing the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving it in his swings, Jesus Christ. I appreciate you.
Seriously. Yeah, if you aren't actively bleeding to death, you can wait and then die waiting. Seriously. Yeah, that's what it sounds like from all the personal stories I've heard. Like, Lizzie has shared with me her extensive story of just trying to get diagnosed with literally anything. And, like, she literally has a condition that causes her brain to swell and could kill her. It took her like 5 years just to get in to see a doctor for the first time to maybe get a diagnosis for this. Like at one point, a doctor literally medicated her with a medication that might give her anorexia with a smile. Healthcare is not perfect anywhere, but goddamn, are we doing a good job of fucking it up? Oh, they want to privatize the NHS? Really? Wow. Exactly. It's the opposite of our healthcare, I feel like. Exactly, Don. The NHS is amazing at saving your life without bankrupting you kind of healthcare. Not so good at the making life tolerable type of healthcare. It's like, I feel like we're two sides of the same coin, America and Great Britain, in that, like, in our country, no one can afford insurance or even has it. Therefore, they can't just go to the doctor for a regular appointment. They treat the emergency room like a doctor. Like that's their general practitioner because that's all they can do. Because in America, we have a thing where we cannot refuse care. So, regardless of your status as a citizen, regardless of your insurance status, regardless of your income status, we cannot turn you away. We must care for you and we can't send your medical bills won't ever go to collections, just FYI. And in your country, it's like the opposite. It's like you have to wait so fucking long to see a provider that you're totally able to see that you end up in the ER anyways. You know what I mean? Well, like we're just driving people to an ER, and you guys hear me bitch about the ER situation all the time. ERs are fucked. It's the dirtiest place in the hospital. It's the scariest place in the hospital. Don't go to the ER unless you're dying. But there are people in our country, lots, in both of our countries, who have to use the ER as a general practitioner for their kids. And that's really fucking sad. Revolt's gone. There's no, yeah. No, that's a real thing. Her doctor literally prescribed her a medication and said, and I quote, "You might get anorexia. Ha 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 ha." Like There's just no words. Oh, knives. I mean, I was literally just listening to a podcast on that topic this morning. And what newer residents, newer doctors are trying to do about that. Because it's definitely a problem. Like there are legitimate a few biological differences in human beings, but it's not necessarily just race. It can be across humans. You guys hear me talk about this all the time. We are all so vastly different in terms of the thickness of our epidermis, the density of our bones, the blood consistency of our body, our antibodies, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But like the fact that there are actual live statistics of doctors straight up admitting that they don't trust black women when black women say they have a problem. Specifically black women. And it goes beyond that. I mean, it goes so much further. It's just so systemic and so disgusting. It's really fucking sad. Yes, I can. Hold on. I'm going to make a note to send it to you. And I have to hold on. I follow a couple doctors that are like younger docs on YouTube who talk about this kind of stuff a lot. And they're part of the newer movement of, trying to work these antiquated ancient doctors out of the system who still work on obesity bias and gender bias and et cetera, racial bias, whatever. Where the fuck is my notebook? Oh my god, there it is. Dr. Mike's a really good one. L Bell, my love. Thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving any swings. I fucking appreciate you. How are you? So, Cloud Girl, basically, there is a unique collections for medical bills in America, but it's kind of a weird caveat. The collections for medical bills essentially exist because, how do I put this? So, if you come out of the hospital with a massive bill and they start sending you letters in the mail saying you need to start paying $1,000 a month on this massive bill because you were in a car accident or something like that, right? As long as you acknowledge them and they know you're not dead, your bills won't be sent to collections. It's when you ignore the bills and they think you're dead, literally, they think you're dead, then they send that bill off to another system that's like a medical collections facility, but it's not collections, i.e. like credit score nabbing collections. It's just gets the workload off the hospital because they don't know where you are anymore. It's like missing person at this point. But no shit, you could have a $600,000 bill from a hospital, send them a check for $1 every month, and they will hound you and threaten you and go after you and send you a million bills in the mail. They can't do anything because you are acknowledging them. And you're like that. And by acknowledging them, I mean just sending them the check is the acknowledgement. You don't need to call. You just have to make them know you're not dead. You're not a missing person. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? They can garnish wages for medical bills. That must be a state thing because that's fucked up. As far as I'm aware, and granted, I've been out of the medical system for like 5 years now. As far as I'm aware, in America, we have a statute where we can't refuse care. And because of that, we can't punish you for therefore giving said care. But if I don't know about state specific shit, that's pretty fucked up. But you know what I mean? Like, you can show up to the ER as an illegal immigrant with no insurance, no money, blah, 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 blah. We don't care. We will fix your, we have to give you care. Not that we're like thinking to ourselves, like, I don't want to give you care, but you know what I mean? Like, we can't turn away someone who actually needs healthcare at the ER door. Does that make sense? I couldn't get, wait. One of the meds they had me try had a tiny chance to cause the skin around my mucous membrane to start basically rotting. Did that happen? Oh, that's scary. Yeah, Damon, I can't with that. I'm really glad that my mom isn't that way because she's definitely one of the older medical generations. But no, that's no. I couldn't get diagnosed properly. I couldn't get properly diagnosed with EDS and Graves' disease until my chart magically turned to age 30. Overnight, my care genes seemed to change. What? Why? Oh my God, because they trusted you describing your own symptoms because you were 30. Is that why? Because if under 30 they didn't trust you? Isn't there a way for help if you can't actually afford in relation to your income? They can waive things? Absolutely. I mean, there are so many services and programs out there for people that can't afford their medical bills that help with them. Absolutely. And they're all state specific. I do have behavioral health billing in MA. We cannot make people pay bills or garnish wages. And that's the way it's been in every state I've worked in thus far. Like, and I'm talking medical bills because you were sick, not elective shit. Like, I don't know about that. Or specialist care. But like, you go to the ER and you get a bill, we can't garnish you and we can't punish you for giving you care that we can't refuse. That's like a national thing in America, as far as I know. That could have changed. I hope not, but Jesus Christ. No, they don't actually list you as a missing person. Oh my God, I hope no one actually took me seriously. But it's like that's the only reason your bill goes to a different place because they don't know where you are. You know, you're not responding. Factoring is a fun term in finance. I don't want that. Factoring is basically when a company sells its AR to a third party. It's very common. Yeah, now I know what that is. Okay, hold on. Let me pull this Fox, and then we'll see if some of those fucking links you guys gave me earlier are ready. I asked my German friend if he knew the square root of 81. He said no. Morning leaf. 99 6 Luftballons. What up, Theory? How are you? Ooh, breathing tests. No shit. What kind of breathing tests were you getting? Like a PFT? You were telling the RT about my channel? Oh my God. Were they cool? They were cool, weren't they? Honestly, most of the RTs I've ever known have been really cool people. I think I've told you guys that before, but most RTs I've ever known, they don't come out of they don't come out of high school to go be an RT. Every RT like has a chunk of life before they decide to be an RT, and their stories are wild. Like they always have a life, like before being an RT, you know? If you read the fine print on lots of meds, you'll discover lots of rare but serious side effects. That's that tiny speed reading at the end of commercials and shit, right? Oh, you hit one when you were on an SSRI? Oh, fuck. Thank you, Pina. Oh, Belle, no. I get to fight doctors.
I get to is not exactly the words.
And I'm ready for fighting. I don't have a diagnosis still. After 20 years. Hi, Genova. How are you, love? Oh my God. By our powers, come on. Seriously. What kind of captain, though? You did 20 years? I mean, that's why I know it's so cliche, but I always say it can always be worse, and I try not to bitch because I can't even fathom. Like, I feel really lucky, I guess. Shiyuko, good morning, my love. I guess lucky's the word for it, but not really. This I mean, allegedly, apparently, my symptoms of like the ADHD, OCD, bipolar, all that was so extreme. I didn't even get a test before I was diagnosed. I sat in a chair in my psychiatrist's office for 5 minutes before he did this very worried expression and was like, I think we should start you on something. And that was it. Like it was, I don't know. I guess I'm that bad. Like, and just listening to these struggles, I want to choke people for you. Yeah, I did. I blue screened. I literally just blue screened in my brain. 20 years. Okay, so wait. PFT and a 6-minute walk. They had me repeated with O2. Oh no shit, you did the hall walk. Oh, she worked in the ER. So that's honestly most RTs. I've told you guys this before, but like if you I think this is most places in the United States of America at least. All medical professionals work on 12-hour or 24-hour shifts, which no, that's not healthy. No, that's not good. None of it's okay. Do you want your respiratory therapist intubating you on hour 1 or hour 12? You tell me. You don't know what you get. It's horrible, but because of that, we can only legally work 3 days a week. The hospitals will not schedule us for the most part over 3 days a week because that's 36 hours. Another 12-hour shift would be overtime, and they don't want to give us overtime. So the vast majority of medical staff, I don't want to say just RTs because most of the nurses I know work at another hospital. But most RTs, what we do is we work 3 days in the ER in the ICU, and then we do like a PFT job on the side because it's just cake. Like, you know, coming out of the ER and then going and sitting in a nice sunny office in daytime hours and reading a magazine in between patients is like, fucking, it's a treat, you know, and you get paid bank for it. But usually it's like a nice, relaxing side gig to fill out your out, you know, get a full paycheck at least. My grandmother was afraid about me not going to college, university right out of high school. Like, not like I had the means to, but I had the last laugh because I'm 19K in debt and everyone else is 65. Honestly, I don't think at 18 I was even near ready to be thrust into the adult world or college. I had no clue what I was doing. Every doctor just wants to cut me open because they don't know what's going on. Oh my God, Elle. Can I tell you a medical story? I know we have videos to watch, but this is, you know, you guys turned me on to medicine. Here we are now. I was listening to one of the doctor podcasts that I listened to, and he was talking about a story. And I'm gonna try to fill it out as much as possible. Please forgive me if you've heard one of these doctors tell the story. But essentially, this was a young doctor who had become really good friends with an older nurse he worked with who had been a nurse for like 40 something years. She kind of became his work mom. This happens a lot in hospitals. Baby doctors don't know shit. Like any doctor will tell you that. They think they do. And the moment they walk into the hospital, they're like, oh my God, I'm dumber than literally everyone in this room. Because they're really book smart, but they have no application skills yet. So if you've watched Scrubs, that's, in my opinion, the most accurate medical drama, not accurate, but the most accurate of all the medical dramas in my experience. And one of the most accurate moments is when the main dude, I can't remember his name, the white guy, whatever, the pale, big nose, big lip dude, him and the nurse have like a moment where he finally is becoming applicable with his skills and he's, you know, a little bit smart. Like his doctorness is kicking in, you know? But for like the year prior to that, this nurse was very much smarter than him and was like in his face. That's very Zach Braff, thank you. JD. Yep, JD. And then what's the chick's name? She's on the tip of my dick. I can see her in my head. It's Turk's girlfriend. I don't even want to look at chat. I know her name. Oh my God. I know it. It's like Mara, Dara, Kara? I'm blocking chat. I literally have my hand over you. I know it's Clara. No. What is her name? Carla! Fuck! I was so close! Ah! Carla. That's a real thing, though. And baby docs will tell you that no matter what, they are dumb when they come in. Like, they just have no skill. Like, they have all the brain knowledge, but it's only book knowledge, and they have no idea how to apply it to a real person. Where was I going with this? Okay, yeah. So, nurses oftentimes, I mean, respiratory therapists too, medical staff, we adopt the baby docs because we don't want them to be bad. Like, we are all working with the 80-year-old surgeons that are doing this in someone. We don't want that anymore. Like, we want these baby docs to be good. So we adopt them, take them under our wing, and start, like, asking, like, you know the information, talking to the doc. Now let's apply it. Like, they're smarter than me. I know they are. It's just getting your hands on a human body is so much different than just reading a fucking book. So this nurse adopts him. They have a really good working relationship. And as is with like every nurse ever, broken backs. We all, I mean, every healthcare, I mean, I don't know about doctors, honestly, because they don't have as much hands on as the rest of us. But the vast majority of medical staff, we fuck our backs up. It's inevitable. We're rolling people, we're moving people around, we're doing emergency stuff constantly where we're like emergently rolling people. You're just stressing your muscles out a lot. So her back starts hurting her, like to the point where she can barely walk to her car at the end of a shift without crying. And she's only like in her 50s at this point. I mean, late 50s, early 60s. So the pain starts getting so exponentially bad that she's getting to the point where she's thinking of early retirement. So she starts going to specialists, and she lives in New York where there's a lot of really good nerve pain specialists, really good back specialists. And like, I'm going to summarize here because it was a lot. But long story short, she saw, I believe, over 5 specialists who did scans and blood tests and MRIs and blah, 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 and literally started to move towards scheduling her for surgery. And when she informs the baby doc about this, who's not a baby doc anymore, he's established, but they're still like have that wonderful working relationship. She's talking to him about it just casually. And he's like, tell me about your appointments. Tell me about these specialists and what they've done. Long story short, not one medical professional she had visited for an injurious back as a nurse had touched her. Like, physically fucking touched this human being. Not one person, not one medical professional had just laid their hands on her and, you know, auscultated, pushed shit around, seen what's going on. Not one human. And they were about to put in one of those like boxes that relieves or it I think it releases like electrical impulses at a nerve to kill the nerve pain because they were convinced it was nerve pain. So she's at this point where she's literally, she has surgery scheduled. She has surgery scheduled, and because she has this working relationship with this baby doc, she didn't want him to be her doctor. Like, she was a grown woman in her late 50s. He's like a baby doc in his early 20s, and she's like, this feels weird. Like, finally she gives in, peer pressure or whatever, and goes and sees him, and literally, he puts his hands on her hip, and she screams. Like, just screams at him, "It's not my hip!" Because it hurts so bad in her fucking hip. Which I just find hilarious. Because even as an established, wonderful nurse who's been a nurse for 40 plus years, we're so brainwashed to just not even question the fact that the doctor didn't touch us. A nurse. It took a baby doc of this newer generation that's definitely a lot more aware of this stuff to be like, no, she canceled her surgery. Literally, no shit. She got a few cortisol. Is it cortisol? Not cortisol. Cortisone shots in her hip, and she does PT. And she's literally a new person traveling the fucking world, walking Ireland. Like, she could not make it from the doors of her hospital to her car without being in tears before this. No surgery, no nothing. All of her back pain was because of a tight hip. But literally, the moral of the story is no one touched her. Not one specialist who specializes in nerve pain and muscular damage touched the muscle of the person. What happens if you don't show up for a surgery? I mean, they'll probably charge you like your don't show up for an appointment thing, but it's just like not showing up for an appointment. Nothing. I mean, you just cancel. Call and cancel. She's canceled. I mean, she called and canceled the surgery right away. I don't know, honestly. I don't think I've ever had someone not show up for surgery. I mean, Mogrins, would you disagree with me I mean, I don't think there should be a medical professional out there who is described, self or otherwise, as hands off. And I'm the first person to say I don't want a stranger to touch me. Like, I used to literally, like, I borderline lied about having vaccinations just so no one would touch me to get another vaccination when I was going to college. Like, I do not want strangers to touch me, but if it's a fucking doctor, touch me! Fuck, man. 100%. I mean, there's so many. It's just disgusting to me. I don't even know how I could get checked for ADHD. I can't be bothered to try to jump through all the hoops. Oh, yeah, Boone, that's how we started on this conversation. No shit. Like, I think America and the UK are very much two sides of the same coin in that, like, I can pay out my asshole to go see a specialist tomorrow and get diagnosed, but I can't afford that and don't have the money out my asshole. Whereas you guys can go and be taken care of, but it's like you could die before you get your fucking appointment. Literally, like I know people who are trying to get mental health diagnoses and they won't get them they won't have an appointment to even see a specialist for 3 years plus. And it's like, I'm sorry, but that doesn't feel like you really fucking care about people. Your dad canceled it 3 times? Really? If I have an opportunity to work ER again, do I? Mandel, where are you working currently? Exactly, Viata. I think it's like not showing up for a doctor's appointment. Like they charge you a $25, $50 fee for wasting people's time or something, but that's it. I wonder how many medical schools require you to have any medical expertise before you apply. Granted, it might not be the case anymore. How many medical schools require you to have medical ex before you apply? What do you mean? What do you mean, Bina? Yeah, no touch, no talk, no pay for doctor's appointment. I mean, God, like they don't even look at you half the time. Insane to be a hands-off doctor. I feel lucky I had a surgeon who was very hands-on, all about the holistic broad view. They wouldn't give me surgery until it was clear the issue was nerve-related. Thank fuck. Surgery's not a light deal at all. And I'm very pro. There's a time and a place for surgery. Like some things need to be surgically assisted, but like fucking Christ. I hate physical contact, but at the office, my mindset is different, and I don't care if a doctor fingers me to completion if they have to figure out whether or not I have prostate cancer. Me too. Same. Especially when you're in pain. Like when you're in, and I'm sure the vast majority, if not all of you, have experienced some pretty existential pain in your life from something stupid like your back. And it's like, yes, please do what you need. Fuck, I don't care. Fist my ass if that helps it. I'm good. Like I can't walk. After a motorcycle accident, I had to wait 6 months for physio on my ankle. Oh, what? So, like, the damage that you're trying to prevent with physio would have already occurred in 6 months. What the fuck? Wow, Dawn. Ooh, I love shoulder stretch. Gimme. Hold on, Glut. Oh, God. Oh, God. I lost. Oh. Don't be that way today, computer. Not today, motherfucker. Oh, God. Is Twitch being weird, Genova? Heads up, we have scheduled maintenance about to start in 30 minutes. During this maintenance, dashboard errors may appear, including bits revenue displaying incorrectly at $0. This will only last for about 30 minutes. Good to know because I literally use the dashboard as my chat. Thank you for that. I'm just moving shit over. I really don't want Yesterday was bad. I don't want that today. Computer just needs to calm down. What the you guys send me the craziest shit. Just the thumbnails are so weird. I've had several surgeries. All of them went well and fixed the problem, but they're still scary as fuck. The drugs are good, though, 100%. I mean, it's the best nap of your life, right? I still have pain in my ankle again. Exactly. I mean, it just seems so fucking... What? Exactly. Waiting for PT is literally the antecedent to the PT. I'm glad I'm not the only... Like, I'm not a PT, obviously. But I don't think you need to be a PT to know that. I wonder how PTs feel in your... I wonder if they're literally trained different. Seriously, on a medical standpoint, I wonder if the way that they're trained to do PT is literally like, all right, you're going to get these people 6 months to 3 years after their injury, and you're going to have to crack that muscle in half again. Go for it. Like, basically re-injure you? Voltcon, you're right. Hydrate, motherfuckers. Wow, I'm so sorry that happened to you. That's infuriating. I mean, I miss the medical industry sometimes, but I'm very, there's part of me that's relieved to not be part of it. Because I know I was a damn good RT. I feel good in my soul. I know I did a fucking good job and I never put a patient at a disadvantage ever. I healed people, but goddamn, it's like I feel like it's not the same, but similar to being a cop. Like, sure, you could be a good cop, but when you're part of a system like that, how do you feel like a good cop? Like, yeah, I healed my patient, but they're gonna go home and wake up to a bill of $300,000 for a flu. You know, like, how good are they feeling about me when they go home and get that bill? Know what I mean? It feels icky. Johnny! Thank you so much for sending the class, keeping the class alive. I'm giving you for 51 fucking months. How are you, love? Felt like nothingness. It kind of is. The best nap I ever had was my colonoscopy. Lay on your left side and you'll wake up in a new room. Yeah. Where are you working in the hospital right now, Mandel? I think I missed it. Oh, full-time caregiver for a hospice patient for 5 years. For one specific patient? So wait, would you be abandoning this hospice patient to go work at the ER, or did this patient pass away? I'd say take it. I would rather die than work on the floors. Like, I would seriously quintessentially go brain dead working on the floors. I'd be so fucking bored. Like, as an RT, I basically just feel like a servant on the floors. I need the emergent. I would go ER ICU 100%. I need the chaos. I would go to sleep. I would pass the fuck out. I need to get more. I'm just sipping off this cold coffee. I need to get some coffee and then we can watch our videos. Sound good? I feel proud that I give my doctors a lot of different issues to practice on. I'm doing my part. 100% honestly, we love the interesting ones. Cheese balls? Yum. Johnny, I'm okay. I hope you're doing well, honey bean. I'll be bold as to say being put out before surgery feels exactly like being dead because I have NDE and experience both. God, that's weird. I mean, I've only been put under like twice ever. The horse thing and then getting my wisdom teeth out. But, I mean, I imagine it would be completely different from an actual nap because you're not releasing the sleepy chemicals because you're not actually going through REM cycles and shit. Right? Sleep is weird. I worked at a sleep clinic for a little bit and it was fucking boring. But sleep was fascinating to learn about. Like, it was really, I mean, it's still so mysterious. Like, we really don't know very much about sleep. We think we know a little bit, but like, we don't know a lot, man. It's crazy. I know I need I'm just sipping off this cold coffee and it's making me really sad. My grandfather broke both his ankles, high C down, in the Korean War. Gee, oh my God, your grandpa is like the grandpa from King of the Hill. Is he missing his knees? Guy next to him in the med tent had shot his foot so he could get sent home? Wait, they mixed up the charts and flew your grandfather back to the States without setting his ankles? Was he able to walk again? Holy shit. He was. That's insane. What the fuck? I mean, mistakes happen. It's not a joke that we literally write on people's body with giant Sharpie markers when we're doing amputations. This one, not this one. Because, I mean, the likelihood of a mistake with an amputation happening is very, very minimal. It's 0. But just in case, it doesn't hurt to write on the leg. We write all over you, man. Shit happens. I love your guys' medical dump trauma, honestly. Like, I don't like that you experienced it, but I really do like reading the stories. They do give me giggles. But if you've never seen King of the Hill, literally, the grandpa is missing his knees from the Korean War. So he's like this tall and walks with 2 straight legs. It's fucking hilarious. Quick break, mama's got to pee and get some coffee. Stretch, take a break, get some weed, load a bowl, and then we'll watch some funny videos. Yes? We laugh together? Yes? To give Zach a little biology lesson real quick. I'll never push science on people, but if you ask me a question, I will answer it thoroughly. Dude, Cotton Hill was such a dick, but he actually had like a character arc. I feel like he grew a little bit as a person. I mean, I don't know. Oh, this is KDA. I know this song. Okay. I was like, what the fucking dick farts? Oh. Or I just change it on X. Katie, let's just pause it. Let's watch our fucking videos before my computer crashes for the day. Yeah? Yeah. Great plan. Great plan. Welcome back. Did my ad not run? Motherfucker. It better have. It looks like it did. I hope it did. I'm sorry if it didn't pop up. It did? Okay. Me running ads doesn't mean you'll technically guarantee get ads. It's just like Twitch has some sort of, they're able to tell the last time you got an ad, and if it's time, you'll get it. But I just try to control them on my side. I don't like when they're randomly run. It worked. Okay. Okay. It actually happened. All I saw Viana's message that said, did that thing pop? And I was like, what the fuck? You bastards. Okay. So some of the shit you guys sent me is from Instagram, which means it auto-played. Nothing I can do about it. Literally have no controls over, like, I can't go back to the beginning of the video, so I'm gonna do my best. But we got some funny shit. Yeah? Yeah. Hopefully. I need a laugh, too. The world's on fire. What? Ain't throwing stones here. I have a horrible laugh. I must recognize when other people have the weirdest laugh sounds. That's bizarre. But I do it too. I think I notice it because I do. I know I have a fucked up laugh. Like I do that one. We recognize our own and we claim her. Yes, I'm not throwing. I love her. Like I want to keep her. I want her to be in the room. Can you imagine her and I laughing together uncontrollably? It'd be it'd be like a farm barnyard for fuck's sake. Oh my god, I'm here for this. I love it. Yeah, no, it's adorable. I'm here for it. I honestly, a unique laugh like that is everything. There's a British comedian who oftentimes points out he has a laugh kind of like mine, but his is a little bit more weird. I don't know what's going on there. But it's an inward laugh. And I like him because he makes fun of it and I get it. I know I have. It's not cute. But honestly, laughing feels good, so fuck it. I don't care. It appears lizard people are real and are going into attack mode. Wait. Oh, thank you, Crispy. It wasn't, I mean, it literally like hard crashed. It was a great time. We had a great time yesterday. Stop. I'm not even gonna say it. I really like that TikTok. Or whatever. Short form content's shit. Even the creators think it's shit. The only people that like TikTok don't have long form content and they're only on TikTok. That sounded like you got yeah. I hate it. Like the first time someone caught my laugh on camera when I was a kid, I was like, am I having an asthma attack? This is horrible. And I literally I stopped laughing around people for like 5 years of my youth because I was so embarrassed. I hate my laugh. Game recognizing game. Dude, I mean, laughs are one of the most pure sounds in the world. You can't alter your laugh without making it fake, right? I mean, I'd rather have a weird, real laugh and actually get to laugh than a fake laugh that's like, I don't know. Like, how would you even do that? Hydrate. The Twitch is literally undergoing maintenance for the next, like, 15 minutes or whatever. No shit. Genova gave us a tweet about it. So if things being weird, that's why. Thank you, Quill. I appreciate you. I literally put every blue eyeshadow I have on today. I'm working. It just caught me off. Oh, yeah. No, I totally get it. I mean, we love a good laugh. I love that woman's noises. I hope it didn't come off like I was judging. I'm obsessed. I'm here for someone who just, I just closed a tab. Why am I like this? Unabashedly just owns it. You got it. What else are you going to do? It's your laugh. You're stuck with it. Okay, this was the Godzilla one. Godzilla chicken. I have no idea. Turn up 100%. Why? I don't trust that. Is it going to scare me? I'm turning it down for that reason. Don't tell me those things. I don't get it. Why? I know. I'm here for the Godzilla. Like, I don't hate it because I just simply like Godzilla. Obviously, I have my little Mothra I'm making. But I don't think we're supposed to get it. Yeah, I don't think so either. I think this might be one of those moments where it's just confusing. I don't know. I mean, I find a lot of stupid shit at 2 a.m. I feel that spiritually. Oh my God. Nighttime. Oh my. Short form fucking content. This song to a new generation. I fucking agree. I love that. Like, I love that, Stranger Things got running up that hill to the top of the charts again. I'm fucking here for that because music is music has been good for ages, and sometimes you just need exposure. It's like sometimes you literally just you've never been exposed to a fucking song. There was a magical era, you know? Okay, I'm not the only one. She does come from a generation when coming out was a lot, and I know many choose not to, 100%. And also, I mean, maybe this is just from my personal, like, childlike view, but it was very much a generation where androgyny was kind of a thing. Like, a lot of, assigned female at birth people wore a lot of baggy men's clothes and stuff like that, and so it wasn't really fair. I mean, it's never fair to assume off of appearance or anything, but, like, I got that pussy eating vibe as a child when I was figuring out my own shit. Like, do I want to be Xena or be on Xena? Like, I would look at Tracy and be like, it doesn't matter. It could be both, you know? And Metallica, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, her Overnight, her original song hit number 1, and I love that because it's a good song. Yeah, who she bangs is her fucking business, exactly. But as someone who partakes on both ends, I'm just gonna say, eat pussy, get nice skin. Dude, Calypso though, still to this day, I don't know. The same. Do I want to be or on? Callisto. Was it Callisto or Calypso? Callisto? Callisto. I think it was Callisto. It's been a while. I own the entire box set. I just haven't watched it for a bit because I literally don't own a DVD player. Was it Callisto? Hotness? It's been so long. The blonde chick. The crazy one. That's like crazy hot. Like, kind of got those Harley Quinn vibes a bit. Yeah, hot and crazy. Crazy hot. Like, that's all that matters. Was her name relevant? No. We just stared at her because she was gorgeous. But again, I still to this day, I'm like, your body's great, but I kind of want to be on it. Confused. Oh, I was talking Xena. That's my bad. Yeah, like the evil Xena. Yeah, her backstory was when Xena was evil, Xena actually ransacked her village. And she was like the lone child left in the burning village. So she grew up to be like vengeful of Xena, but Xena was good by then. So Xena was like, let's not. I wish. Because Gabrielle was a waste of everything. Fight me. I know y'all have a ginger fetish. She was vanilla toast. Sorry. Beautiful skin. No shit though on the topic of black don't crack. I don't really like that term, but like it's very I think I've told you guys stories. I've had to do terminal extubation on patients who are like in their late 80s, early 90s, but visually they look 45 and it racks my skull. Like I will literally stare at the chart like there's no way you are not 89. Like I don't know I don't know what it is, but so many patients of mine who were black look 45 when they're on death's door at 95, and it's insane. I don't know what the fuck that is. Like is it pussy? Is it maybe? It's absolutely some of it is absolutely genetic. Like some people literally genetically just have more collagen in their skin and shit like that. And maybe I have no idea. I don't want to say like if you have more melanin in your skin, you have more collagen. But I don't know. I know nothing. I'm not that Oh, that's the yeah. I mean, okay, real talk. In order for an assigned female at birth human being to have visual abs, you have to be at about 14% body fat or less. And in order to be a viable human with a period, you should be around 18% body fat. The amount of fucking work this human went through to get that stomach. Are you kidding me? I hope it didn't hurt her long term. Because y'all gonna be hot. You can keep Gabrielle. All fucking please take her, please. Keep her, love her. I got mine. And I'd probably put money down who's gonna have a better time in bed. Unless you're into pillow princesses. No shade. You do you, boo-boo. Similar to art, I like my partner to interact. The gay. The gay. They gay, Katie. Meow, meow, meow. Katie's trying to say y'all, but overwhelmed by Lucy Lawless. No shit. There is one season of Xena where it's like I think she's in China. So it's very like Mongolian China kind of themed. And she has a different outfit for a couple episodes. It's like the red outfit. You know the one. Also abs. Like abs. Abs are not easy is what I'm saying. If you are assigned female at birth, abs are very difficult to attain. We have a level of cushion that literally cushions our reproductive organs. It's meant to be there. And it takes so much work. Holy shit. And really shouldn't be maintained. I thought it was China because there's so much going up into Mongolia. Like she has a lot of, from what I remember, again, I have not seen it for a bit, but there was a lot of Mongolian seasons. But it could have, honestly, you're right. It could have been either way. Happy Wednesday, Kilo. I hope Wednesday, Katie. I hope you're doing well, honey bean. And if you take Gabrielle, can you at least
Gag her before you leave?
I never am a proponent for violence, but like, yeah. I hate her. This is why I love you, Viata. You're one of like 5 people that will ever agree with me because all these fuckers have a ginger fetish and they just cannot say no to a ginger, even if she's literally the flavor of tapioca pudding watered down with piss. I don't get it. She's so annoying. Cheers. No shit, C-Town. Want to know the creepiest starfish fact I learned in college? So this was like Bio 101, no shit. We were learning about exoskeletons. And for the most part, I already was obsessed with animals, watched a lot of animal TV growing up and shit like that, knew what an exoskeleton was. But there's a lot of sea creatures out there you don't realize are technically considered having an exoskeleton because what's on the outside is an organ and not dermis. The ocean is where Satan lives. So if you've ever pet a starfish or touched the top of a starfish, you're quite literally intimately stroking their lung tissue. All of the colorful parts of a starfish that are on the top of the star, that is actually their gills pushing through the skeletal network that is their exoskeleton that protects their organs and shit on the inside. What? The starfish should rise up and kill us all. We've been petting their lungs. Are you kidding? Things you learn forever. I want to caress their lungs so tenderly. Dude, I used to literally pet the lungs all the time. I wonder if they like. Dude, everybody, I mean, even if you are 10 years younger than me, 10 years older than me, everybody had a taste of either Xena or Hercules. I'm glad I wasn't into Hercules because he ended up being like, Sorbo is a piece of shit. And, you know, super gay. So, like, I'm still this way. If I'm going to watch a show, I want something appealing to look at. And, like, man muscles have never got me. No shade. You do you. Take care of your body. Work out. Do whatever you need to do to feel good about yourself. I don't like them. I think they look weird. It looks fake-ish. But, like, muscly ladies? Yes. I don't know. That's just me personally. I might sway gay. I don't know. Uh, but like, there's just so much more appealing things to look at on Xena than Hercules. No offense. Meh. Meh. Yeah, Sorbo's a giant bag of dicks, like rotted fucking dicks. Yeah. Starfish and marine fauna creep me out way too much. Could we change the topic if that's all right? Abso-fucking-lutely. I totally get that. There's literally, they creep me out too. I'm gonna be honest. Whales creep me out. They're peaceful. What would you like to talk about, dear? Actually, do we have another video? We might have more. Hold on. You guys gave me more shit to watch. We can totally. Yeah, we just got obsessed with this skin. How did we get to the ocean from beautiful skin? Dude. I mean, Mogren's literally. Katie loves soft men and hard women as God intended. That might be the. I mean, everybody's beautiful no matter what. But I want to cuddle something soft. Sue me. I do. I think about my starfish. Oh, shit. Rage, where did you send? Did you send it on here or did you send it in the D? Oh, thank fuck. I forgot that I restarted my PC because it crashed yesterday and I was like, oh no, is Discord gonna actually work? Please don't be a douchebag. Here? Did I get it? If you still have it, if you don't mind posting it again, I want to see it. I might have closed it on accident. It's always user error. It's me. But like, I really like poodles. Which, like, man, if 16-year-old Katie could hear that. What? Oh my God, Genova, that was me yesterday. Man, by the time I actually was able to go live after all the dog shit nonsense, I was like, busted my nut, y'all. I don't know what to do now. I'm dead. I wanted to say it, Molly, but like, I hate, everybody has a taste, right? It doesn't mean that what's not their taste is ugly or not a good thing, right? But like, this is where my mind goes, I think mentally. When I see someone that is just the jacked, you know, like the fakey type muscles, like they live in the gym, that's what my brain thinks. My brain thinks you live in a gym and you count macros. I don't leave my house and eat whatever I want, whenever I want, which is usually once a day at 1 a.m. Those lifestyles aren't exactly gonna like mush. You know what I'm saying? Like, there ain't no fucking dick, pussy, boob, or otherwise out there that's gonna get me to go to the gym. I hate the gym. I work out a lot, but I do not go to the gym. You know, that's what I see. It's just not. But I know that's not gonna be a compatible situation. You know what I'm saying? I got it, Rage. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I do. My frozen peanut M&Ms. Seriously. It's ridiculous. But I do. All bodies are valid. Absolutely. I went down this. Oh, wait. I love weird YouTube holes. I went down a weird YouTube hole the other day and came across this damn What Does the Fox Say from years ago. Oh my God. I almost forgot what that was. You know what's weird? I think that song literally came out before I moved to Maryland, which was a really long time ago. I don't even know how old that song is anymore. But after I moved to Maryland, I learned what foxes actually sound like. I'd never heard one before. We don't have them in Washington. They sound like dying children. They sound like a children in need of help. A children in need of help? Yes, exactly. It's the worst thing in the world. They're horrific. Beautiful creatures, but why do they have to make that sound, though? All bodies are valid, and if you ever feel pressured to value or figure a figure over feeling good about your body and diet, remember that eating won't hurt, but not eating will. Take care of yourselves and do what gives you comfort, but don't kill people, of course. I agree 100%. I always say, like, tomorrow's not guaranteed for anybody, no matter how vegan or healthy or otherwise you are. If you want a cupcake, eat it. You don't want to wake up somewhere and be like, God damn, I wish I would have eaten a cupcake. You know? I do. I mean, it's crazy. Like, before I got poodles, I guess I should say before I got to hang out with poodles, because I definitely got to hang out with Zach's dad's poodle before we got our poodles. So I, like, was aware of the breed. Had I not hung out with them and gotten them, I would have no idea. Like, I truly did have that stereotype of, like, they're prissy. They're prissy, they're stuck up, they don't have any personality, they're just there to be that look. You know what I'm saying? Which is, I could not tell you how insanely polar opposite. I mean, you guys know. I don't need to tell you shit. You see my poodles all day. It's so the opposite of what poodles are. They're like a pug in full form of an actual dog. They're just the epitome of clown. They literally entertain themselves by being clowns. Hold on, I might not have got that. I might have accidentally closed them. I don't know. No, I didn't get that. Why? Okay, I got both these. Maybe I had a browser crash and I just didn't even know. Fuck. Oh, okay. Who is this, though? Someone gave me a link of a beautiful, strong woman that I'm getting a little bit slip and slide over here over, but I want to make sure it's okay that we're just, like, staring at this person. Are they, like, consensual? Do they post these pictures on purpose? You know what I mean? We're not just looking at a random person on the internet, right? I mean, respectfully so. They're fucking gorgeous. They do. Cool. Okay. Holy fucking what? I'm gonna need a minute. Who's that beautiful fuck? That's Autumn Ivy. Wow. That is some of the most impressive muscle tone I've ever seen. Holy fuck. Like, how? Right, Kendo? Like, I was literally just thinking that I work out every day. And you can't see one muscle on my body other than maybe the neck muscles in my neck from straining in anger. Like, I can't, it's probably like literally a ridiculous amount of heavy lifting. And I can't help but think she must have to consume an asinine amount of calories to build and maintain that level of muscle. Holy crap. Look at that. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? Are you kidding? Are you kidding? That's so much work. And that's, I mean, beautiful. My first instinct, obviously, like, oh my God, kiss me on the mouth. Second thought, holy shit, the amount of time this person spends in the gym. Full respect. Like, worship, literally. Like, holy crap, I can't even imagine. And by that, I mean just lifting heavy weights, whether it's at a gym, home gym, you know, whatever the fuck she does. Obviously, they're doing something, you know? And that's, I mean, the commitment to that. That's incredible. Has she ever cosplayed Seamus? Samus? Because I want to see Samus. I want to see that. Seamus, Katie? Why? Samus. I want to see that. Please. Oh, oh my God. You know what? It's so weird. I thought her face was familiar. I think I've seen her Carlac. Hold on. Is this her? It's her Twitter. I don't want to be weird. Is this weird looking at? Looks like she. Well. That's okay. It's all right, I guess. It's whatever. Yeah, I feel like this is a good place to go whenever we just feel sad. Like if we ever hit a topic that makes someone sad, or if we ever just hit, you know, a sad, this is a place to be happy. I was gonna say everything literally looks like she made it. The leather, I mean, if she does leather work, I mean, it was obviously made by somebody, but that's a custom job. That's some fucking gorgeous leather work. Hand check. That's phenomenal work. I mean, thirst aside, she's very, very talented. And I mean, okay. All right. Okay. This is just Katie. Just this is where my brain goes. You guys get to hear the stream that's constantly going on upstairs. Not only does she live in a gym, she has the time where with how to do this and gain this skill. So, fuck you a little bit, you gorgeous shit. When? When? You know what I'm saying? I'm not crazy here, right? Like that's god damn it. Sorry, I clicked way too fast. I don't know what to do. I am respectfully in awe. She's a solid. She has a Deadpool tattoo. She has a really nice Japanese looking style dragon. She has fucking tiger stripes up and down her back. I don't know what this is. She has oh, that's a goat! Actually, I believe that's a ram horn, but I'm going to say it's a goat because most people mistake goats and rams a lot. And the ram horns look cooler, so they often get ram horns stuck on a goat head, but they're not the same. That's a goat!
Hail Satan, cunts. I love her.
Dude, no shit. If she has a truck, marry me. I mean, Missile, we're here respectfully worshiping hard work. No shit, that's literally how we got here. I was talking about just like the amount of work it takes to build muscle and the calories you have to eat and shit. And that like women like Xena get me all hot and bothered. And then someone did this, and here we are. Okay, so she lives in the gym. She does SFX makeup and she rides horses. What the fuck am I doing with my life? Absolutely, Korath. We just group tugged, but we're doing it again. With a good view, though. And VA. She can ride. Anything she wants? Me. I was gonna say me. I was gonna say me. Respectfully, that's weird. Katie, shut up. Replace your fluids, kids. Yeah. I mean, when would she have the time to smoke weed? But then again, I don't know what to do right now. Oh, 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 ah! She's perfect. I don't know what to do. She like Cena. Like, what do we? Help! One of us. I'm just admiring. Seriously, her cosplay is off the charts. I can't click that. That looks like a vagina. Oh my god, she's so pretty. Is that her? She's stunning. How is this real? Is this a real person? This is AI. Is this AI? This is AI. We have to stop. I don't. Thine hath scrollen too far. What a beautiful human. I need my spray bottle. Bad. She's looks very nice. I don't know what to do now. Respectfully, Ivy, you are perfect looking. Like, the hard work's paying off, bitch. You got it. Good job. Man, good job. We have a lot of videos to watch, that are nothing like that, but that was fun. Thank you for that. She's seriously stunning. I mean, her body is like, she works on that shit. That's I can't even imagine. Like, I already am pissed about the hour a day I am physically active. I hate it. I don't want to do it. How long is she in there? How long is she moving on purpose? You know what I'm saying? I guess I never really stopped moving, but I'm not like working out all day. I just. And she does VA. One last thing on Autumn. God damn it. Of course, she has red hair. Back to. I don't know what it is about the red hair thing, but I've never met someone who isn't obsessed with redheads. Like, doesn't have an absolute ginger fetish. As a brunette, bitter about it. Personally, I judge you because never gonna be it. Hate you for it. But, like, also very confused. They're cool, like, sometimes, but also, like, what is it? I don't know. They say the color red makes us hungry and horny. Ah! Do I need to say it? It's short form content. Beautiful. Wait, sorry, there's a question. As it was once explained to me, a bodybuilder is for competitions, a strongman is for fighting bears in the mountains. Okay. The motherland. Is she from Nebraska? The land of minicorn. Oh, I know. I know, Knives. I just, you know. The shitty Russian accent gives me many Nebraskan vibes. The motherland. In Nebraska, muscle lift you. Hi, Ice. How are you? No shit. Everyone else ripped it off of her. That's the one you were talking about that went viral. I feel like that's basically that's what TikTok is. One person does something funny, and then everybody else copies it, and whoever is aesthetically the most pleasing to look at wins. Or white. Like, there's some statistic, I don't want to make up fake numbers, but it's a really high percentage of all those TikTok dances were originally created by a black creator and then commandeered by some cute white thing, and then that one goes viral and they end up on Jimmy Kimmel. It's pretty fucking disgusting. Again, short form content's the bane of our existence. Stop going there. In Nebraska, we have much corn, we fuck it. Is that not our entire civilization? I mean, you ain't wrong, bitch. You are not wrong. The history of most American art forms right there. Yeah. That or I feel like it's again a lot like American art forms. I don't really go on TikTok that much, but when I do, it's just people being enraged about dumb shit. Like, get a real problem. It's tell me you've never had anything happen to you without telling me you've never had anything happen to you. Keyboard warriors. White history, yeah. It's disgusting. Not proud of it, by the way, just acknowledging and trying to be better. I don't feel like I need to say that, but just in case someone's, swinging by a new and they're wondering why that pale, pasty chick over there's, saying that's white history. Like, no. But if we don't say it, people like to forget it, you know? I think I can't remember if it's actually Nebraska, Seatown, but one of those states literally has a wall of corn that's like a tourist destination. The world's largest wall of corn, apparently. I literally read about it when I was driving when I was driving across the country to go live in Baltimore. I was like, where should I stop? And I was looking at all those states. I'm like, that was the fastest route? But I was like, there has to be something to look at. I can't just drive for 3 days straight through three like Kansas states. And that was the only thing to see was a wall of corn. So I didn't go that way. I love corn, just FYI. But like, you know, not that. Taylor Tomlinson's amazing. But honestly, like I personally just hate short form content because the platforms are shitty. And I think a lot of people use not use it for that. I don't know if it's happened on purpose or maybe it is now, but it's like they'll take long form content and edit it down to they'll take a 30-minute video and condense it to 3 minutes for TikTok. And it takes it so out of context that I think that leads to a lot of fucking misinformation in the world. Because it'll be a doctor, but so much context was chopped out to make it fit short form to get eyes on it because everybody's so fucking instant gratification. They love short form and scrolling it that they won't find this information if it's on YouTube. So they do this short form shit, but it leads to so much misinformation. You know? I know I come from a point of medicine where it's really personal, but like fucking Christ. Ah. But, oh, that's what I was going to say. I watch a shit ton of long form. Like, I'm not totally anti short form. Some of it's okay. I just don't like the lack of control over it and the fact that a lot of it's really short and stupid. I watch so much YouTube, though, and 100%, I would say that very, very bravely, confidently, 100% of the YouTubers I watch have openly discussed how much they fucking hate making short form content and they don't like being on TikTok. And most of them are considering completely leaving these platforms altogether because it doesn't do anything for them, monetarily or otherwise. Like, money aside, they're like, there's no sense of building a community in a short form content environment at all. Because it's that scrolling environment. It's like scrolling and swiping on fucking, what's that dating app? You know? So, in support of the YouTubers whom I can't, send money to, I'm gonna not fucking watch the short form they fucking hate making. I love Taylor Tomlinson, but I put her stand up on in the background all the time, Skew. Like, doesn't she have her late night too? She has her late night show. Well, no. I think the first episode's after the Super Bowl. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I will be checking that out. I'll try it. I'm not really into the late night shows anymore, but I'll give it my best. You know what I'm saying? I stopped using social media to just get addicted to YouTube. I mean, before that, it was TV. I'd much prefer YouTube where I can block the ads and I'm actually just being fed information that I'm choosing to see. Because, I don't know if all y'all remember from our childhood, but head on, apply directly to the forehead. Head on, apply directly to the forehead. Head on, apply directly to the forehead. Head on. I didn't choose to see that. I couldn't tell you the last time I did see it, but I can sing it. We are farmers. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. I didn't choose to see that either. You know what I'm saying? I prefer the YouTubies 100%. Oh my god, early morning CD commercials. Sail away, sail away, sail away. Ba-dum-bum. I don't think I've ever heard that song outside of that commercial for that fucking CD. Ever in my life. Ever. Taco, I've considered it, honestly. I literally watch so much YouTube. It's nonsensical. I watch so much. Dude, Meldon, what the fuck? Weird. More millennial trauma. Late night commercials. 1877. I keep trying to think of one. What was the one that was Furniture Warehouse? 800 dun 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 Furniture Warehouse. Ba-dum-bum. I remember that part. Furniture Warehouse. Ba-dum-bum. But I didn't choose to see that either. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's so much shit stuck in my head that is just commercials planting shit in there. You know what I'm saying? Brush a brush a brush. Brush with new light piano. Brush a brush a brush. It's healthy for your teeth. The dog's shit. I found this recently and I dig this song a lot. Band is nothing but thieves if you give a shit. Buckley, holy shit. Thank you for subbing to the class, keeping the class alive and giving any swings for Prime for 10 months.
Don't forget your fucking primes. Every time you forget to use your prime sub, Jeff Bezos gets a $5 bill shoved up his asshole. Stop it. Think. Don't have to use it here, but somewhere. I appreciate you.
I'd never heard of him either. Seriously, in the morning, sometimes I'll put on, like, I'll choose a song out of my normal playlist that I like and go to the song radio on Spotify and just put it on. And I find some decent shit in there. And this was one of them. I have no idea. I don't think I've ever listened to them either. I don't recognize any of their shit. Wait. This song is liked by me. I know this song, so I did know them. I just didn't know the band. I just liked a random song, idiot. I liked it, don't worry, I liked it now. Buckley, thank you. Yeah, I know this song. Okay, I did know them. This is Dumont, what is it? Duke Dumont and Nothing But Thieves. I did know them, apparently. I do know this song. I did. You know, C-Town, that's literally something I'm consciously trying to do. Like, I don't believe in New Year's resolutions, but I just happen to think about it around the new year. But, you know, like, I always say, like, likes and views and all that shit is the currency of those of us who live on the internet, work on the internet, whatever. And I am, like... notorious for never subscribing, never liking, never commenting the thousands of YouTube videos I consume. Like, all that true crime. I mean, seriously, I've been watching true crime for years and I just subscribed to some of the regular people because YouTube just puts them in your algorithm so they pop up on your front page and you don't even think about it. I know. And I'm horrifically guilty of that because it's just, you know what I mean? It's just different. Like on Twitch, if you don't follow someone, they don't come up on your go live thing. On YouTube, they know what you looked at. So when that person posts a new video, it would come up on my suggested screen. I was like, oh, like mentally, I probably already subscribed to them, right? No, none of them. I felt terrible. I just forget exactly. And it's such a stupid small thing to click that little the little upvote and to just fucking subscribe to them. But I should know better. You know? Some self-reflection, Katie. I should know better. So I'm trying to be better. There's a song called Alpha Female, called Wild Beast. Wait, which one's the band? Oh god, is it about a big tall kaiju lady? Hold on, we had another reset while I was gone. Hold on. Dude, Atif Khan, I fucking appreciate you. or Kane. Is the 3 an E? Thank you for resubbing the class, keeping the classy alive and giving any swings. I fucking appreciate you. Wild Beast. Okay, thank you. You never know. One of my favorite like factoids is that Linkin Park's band name was actually Hybrid Theory and the album was Linkin Park, but people fucked it up so much that they just rolled with what the people assumed. I love that because I am that person. I do that all the time. I'm like, which one's the band? Hold up. Alpha. I'll put it up in the I have a lot of shit in the list, but I'm adding it to the queue. I almost never like a video. I sometimes comment if I watch a content creator long enough, I'll subscribe, but literally I've disliked more videos than I've liked, such as the Fiasco YouTube Rewind or corporate ads. I know. I'm the same. I'm guilty of it. It's terrible. It's terrible that negative feelings get me to actually act. So I'm trying. I mean, I've literally consciously been actually subscribing. Like, part of what brought this to my consciousness was us building our stream playlist, like this massive fucking stream playlist we have going. That's been going on for years and years and years and years and years at this point. But I was liking and saving all of those videos to these playlists, and I noticed it was fixing my algorithm, so I was actually getting things suggested to me, and I was like, maybe I should do this for all the content I consume and not just music. It's the number 3, so it's con. Okay. You never know. Seriously, I ask. I mean, I'm sure you've heard me say this before, but there have been people that have been a part of my community for years, subbing to me. Like, I see their name regularly every month, years, and they're regulars in chat. And after like X amount of years, one day they'll just randomly be like, you know, Katie, my name is actually this, and you've said it like this for 4 years. And I'm like, please, please tell me I fuck it up if you want. If you want me to say it a different way, I will. I'm like, fuck, man. Fuck, man. How can I tout my respect for the trans community and the pronouns they choose if I'm not going to, like, absolutely open the door to, how do I pronounce your name? Fuck. Right? I feel like maybe some streamers might, like, fake act offended or something, like, oh my god, I can't believe you didn't tell me, or like, oh, sorry, man, I'm an idiot. I would never. Like, I had a teacher when I was in 4th grade who insisted on calling me Katia. Like, he was convinced that had to be my name. My name is Katie. Is that not the most universal Katie there is? Katia. And it used to bring me to tears. I get it. Like, I'm here for you. If you want me to say, literally, if your name is Bob123 and you want me to call you Titty Starfucker, I will. I can make nicknames on my chat. Let's go. Know what I'm saying? It's easy. No shit, saw them when they were actually Hybrid Theory. That's kind of cool. I wonder if they have the tickets still. That's why creators have to ask us to do it. Most people don't like, and most people don't sub. I know, and it feels so needy to be like, don't forget to follow and sub if you can, and forget your Prime subs. It feels like money begging, but I forget my Prime sub. Like, I literally have my Prime sub on Zach because I know I will remember that one. I know I'll be there because that's the only like disadvantage of Prime subs, right? They don't auto resub, which kind of sucks. What up, Squeaky Love? How are you? Titty Starfucker, I mean, it's okay. We could probably do better, let's be honest. Yeet, I can fucking call you Dan if you want me to. Honestly, there's a lot of people in my chat, I'm sure you've noticed, where I call them by a name and not anything that has to do with your username because they just asked me to. I got no problems, man. Easy. Let's fucking go. Sugarbee? Oh my god, I like that name. The real best way to fuck with a streamer is for everyone to swap. No, I'm not even going to say it out loud. People have done that to me before and it was the worst. Invisalign, but all the other companies that followed after Invisalign that you didn't have to go to a dentist for, they all went under and all these people are left with super fucked up mouths and are having to go to dentists to have their mouths fixed. Yeet. This is how you get called Yeet forever. You fuck with my emotions! Voodoo Firestorm, shut the fuck up. That's beautiful. I've never thought of a drag name, but I definitely thought of my roller derby name if I ever got to do roller derby because I like roller skating. Lucy Flawless, because, yeah, obsessed. It's fine. I'm gonna save that. Honestly, this is one of those. This is better than meat spin. This is more confusing to put on people's computers when they're not around. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna do that. I don't know what's happening. The thumbnails for some of the shit you guys send me is so weird. This is the poodle. Ugh. This one crashed a few times and I apologize. It's the poodle agility. It kept crashing and then I had to reload it and then it wouldn't buffer. It's just, something's wrong with my computer. She's Grace. She's she's Grace. She's I don't remember. That dog. No shit, Mogrins. When I was a kid, I was in 4-H and we didn't have to, but we showed our dogs, you know. And my dog was a big golden lab, and I was not not necessarily that I wasn't allowed, but I literally just was incapable of competing in agility courses because every time we came to one of those tubes, like the accordion tube that you have to duck and the dog goes through like the little tunnel, he had to stop and piss all the fuck over it. Like, he was one of those dogs where you just didn't know where it was coming from at a certain point. He could dribble forever. He could piss on everything. Forever! And I couldn't get him to go through it because he's pissed on everything. It was crazy. Great dog, but Jesus Christ. Oh, absolutely, Allie. 100%. And even as a kid, I remember watching those dog shows, and my mom would literally sit with me, and she's like, we're going to talk about purebred dogs. And I'd be like, okay. And you know how backyard breeding is not a good idea and whatever. So I was always like highly aware of it, but I just love looking at dogs. I love dogs. And I like to think that those people take really good care of their dogs, even though they're super inbred and sad and they got squishy faces and shit. Yeah. Oh, style. She's got style. She's got grace. Come all over her face. Let me grab a Buckley. Hold on. Yeah, and seeing all the different breeds is really cool. I mean, you know, all the weird inbreeding and shit aside, it's fascinating to see what we've done with wolves, you know what I mean? Good morning, Luna. How are you, love? She'll punch you in the face. Miss America. Yeah, the dogs for specific looks that's literally harmful to their body and harmful to their health. I am in no way pro that, and I think it's gross. I wish we would stop. Actually, I read an article recently. Actually, I think one of you might have sent it to me. But there's a movement in Germany to fix purebred dogs. So not necessarily eliminate a purebred breed, but they're trying to breed them for health and not for like a smushed face or, you know, excessive wrinkles that cause skin issues, et cetera, whatever the dog's weird issue is, i.e. not docking tails. By the way, there is no reason to dock a tail unless that tail is injured. I looked it up and read vet accounts and shit. It's aesthetic. Makes me sad. Beauty. She's got beauty. She's got grace. She'll punch you in the face. Liechtenstein. Liechtenstein. Why am I doing... Revoltcon, no shit. I got real sad watching... There was like... I want to say it was a series, if not like a 2-part, 3-part, whatever on Netflix or something. But it was about extreme dog shows. And in terms of like definition of... I mean, these people aren't technically abusing their dogs, right? But arguably, making your dog stand on one of those tiny tables for like 4 to 12 hours while you spray paint them and backcomb their hair into various things and glue gems to them doesn't seem fun. And it made me feel gross. And it was all poodles. I mean, they weren't just doing the prissy poodle cut. I don't even put clothes on my dogs, though. Like, I grew up on a farm, man. I don't know. I just don't do that. It was just, it seemed, the dogs didn't seem to be having a good time. You know? Good morning, McTaggart. How are you, love? And the docking tails, ears, and oh god, If you choose to declaw a cat for any other reason other than like a severe injury to said foot, claw, toe bean that the claw has to be removed for the betterment of the cat, I don't want to be around you. I don't want to be your friend. If your furniture is more important than the well-being of the animal you've taken under your roof, go away. We have nothing in common. Declawing cats is disgusting. If you are unaware, they quite literally take something that looks like nail clippers and they cut the end of your cat's toe bean off. They cut the end of the actual toe bone off. Disgusting. How dare you? I do not waver on that. Not okay. Disgusting. It's like, yeah, if you look at your fingers, I think they literally cut down to the first knuckle because that's where the root of the nail is. Right? Knives, is that what it is? Yeah, that's exactly. I wasn't sure how far, I couldn't remember which knuckle, but no shit. If you look at your hand, they take kittens. There are people in this world that are willing to take a kitten and chop the end of its fucking fingers off because you chose to take a cat into your life and then decided your couch was more important than the cat's fingers. Gross. I'm not saying any of you did this, but I know it exists because my sister-in-law literally rescues these cats and they are pathetic. Gross. Right? Trimming cat's nails, it's actually good to do that. Like, you don't want your cat to get an ingrown nail. You don't want them to get, like, bad cuticles and shit like that. I've seen people that actually get, I mean, you guys tell me if these are legit, but I know you can get little, it's like that dip rubber, but it's basically like a little coating for their nails and looks like nail polish. But it's like a little rubber coat so they can't scratch stuff. I mean, get them a fucking cat tower, for God's sakes. If you have an indoor animal and you've given them nothing to enrich their lives, I'd scratch up your couch too. Come on, you bastards. Fuck. Why are you a parent? Get an animal toy. Fuck. Yeah, that shit's infuriating to me. The ears are really, I mean, there's no reason. Look at a Doberman with natural ears and tell me that's not a perfect baby. Tell me that's not a perfect, how the fuck can anyone sleep at night cutting up puppies for aesthetics? I don't know. Gross to me. I want nothing to do with you. Dog fuzz. They're everywhere. My pug Rottweiler mix has a tutu he brings us to wear. Oh my god, that is so cute. Exactly. It makes the cat 1,000. I mean, I feel like that goes without saying. If I chopped off the end of your fingers, you'd probably be defenseless too. But if your cat got outside, for God's sakes, it would be 100% not only defenseless, it couldn't climb a tree, it couldn't escape anything. It's cruel. It's just fucking cruel. Yeah, the same with dogs. It's kind of like dew claws, right, Viana? Cat's claws grow in a circle if not trimmed regularly, and they'll curve back and grow into their toe pads. Oh my god. It's exactly like dogs' dew claws. Oh my god, that's so bad. Oh. Is that like all over the country, Luna? I know that there's certain states that have made declawing cats absolutely illegal. But, you know, there's, again, this is what, when I say backyard breeder, I mean that person who just so happens to have a Persian and their friend has a Persian. They're like, hey, we can make a few bucks. They're sitting in their backyard with nail clippers cutting off the ends of kittens' fingers. Disgusting. Disgusting. I hope it's illegal. These people deserve jail time. It's cruel. It's disgusting. Can you see them? I don't. Oh, I gave them dicks. They've got pizzle sticks, so they're very happy chewing their sticks on the other side of the room. All the time, really. Oh, soft paws. I tried. Okay, so Scott's tried the little dips. That's, I'm assuming, what they're called. Claw caps. Okay, I'm just curious if they actually work. They were silicone claw caps. You nail glue to the claw, and they come off when they naturally shed the outer layer of the nail. My cat just chewed them off. I would assume. And I'm assuming they're probably made of something safe that if your cat accidentally ingested pieces, it won't hurt them, right? I would assume that. If it's marketed for an animal that's definitely going to chew on its feet. Gaming, it's so bad, right? it's really, I mean, a lot of people, we like, casually say animals are better than people, dogs are better than people. What I really mean is I appreciate that dogs don't have menace or evil. They're just instinct. They work off of how you make them feel. If you make a dog feel scared, they're going to act aggressive. If you make a dog feel happy, they're going to act snuggly and wonderful. People are not that dependable, and that sucks. You know? You never know what you're going to get out of the can of shit that is a people. Hold on, I'm just moving shit over. This is... Oh, God. I'm nervous for this video. This is another one that crashed a couple times, so I apologize. Someone gave it to me like hours ago, but, my shit's been fucked. My shit's fucked, but this is ER Nightmare Stories. Do we want to go there? Because I'm here for it. Yes, McTaggart. Cook something delicious. Luna, how did it turn out? Like most things, if you start them off as kittens, I was gonna say the same thing about trimming your dog's toenails. When I got Millie, I was 18 years old, and I'd never had an indoor dog before. I'd always had farm dogs, and their nails naturally wear down just by running the farm all the time. And I was unaware that you needed to play with their feet. Like literally, good rule of thumb, if you get a cat or a dog, and if you have any experience on other animals, please speak to it. This is my experience. Fuck with them as puppies and kittens. And by that, I mean, when you're petting them, play with their ears, play with their toes, incessantly. Like, to the point where they don't care anymore. Because then when they're adults and you need to clip their fucking toenails, they don't care. But with Millie, she literally did the shit if you tried to do anything to her, because I didn't know that, because idiot. Like, not idiot, inexperienced. Now I know better, and I'm assuming it's the same with cats. Like, if you want them to do something when they're older, start them off when they're tiny, because shit's gonna drive them nuts. Dude, honestly, I've thought the same. I just, no shit, Viana, I saw a video recently. I think I just scrolled across it randomly. I don't think someone sent it to me. I don't remember. But it was a montage of vet techs enacting various dog breeds and how those dog breeds act at the vet. Guess what the pug was doing? It's just what they do, man. I don't even know if they can make real dog sounds. Millie was perfect, and she's our queen, by the way. Never speak ill of the past, but, like, that's all they do. I don't think they have another mode. The tech second of the dogs, you saw this. Oh, my God. If you guys have the link, feel free to throw it in. I'll let it buffer. We should show people. It's great. I mean, all of them. I've had a lot of dog breeds in my life, and every single one they represented was very on point. It was fantastic. I mean, Allie. If you know, you know. And the thing is, French Bulldogs do the same thing. Rod has French Bulldogs. So it's not like I'm not around that sound anymore. I think it's honestly almost any dog that's just got no neck, no face. Like, do they even have vocal cords? I don't know. They're just a barrel with legs. So when you pick them up, if I pick up my poodles, they're like rag dolls. They're like, like a kid going dead weight in your arms. But if I was to pick up Millie, she'd go like, because she was just a barrel. The Pipple one makes my heart happy. Oh, Knives just got smacked in the dick! I misclick all day. We must forgive. Knives, will you pre-post that link so I can grab it? You were accidentally smacked in the dick. I misclick all day. I cannot even speak to it. Literally, Millie was stabilizers on. Seriously, she would never do this. It was always... She couldn't relax. She was just a little barrel. And then if you tried to clip or touch her feet or her ears, it was... And that didn't stop. Honestly, that was basically her default sound. Let's be real. I gotta clean my bowl really quick. Ugh. I do it. That's how I accidentally pin messages all the time in chat. Seriously, I go to click someone's link, or I go to click someone's chat message to respond to it. Like if we're watching a video and I don't want to talk over it, and chat will jump at that exact moment, and for some reason it pins it. I don't know why it jumps to pin, and it'll just fucking randomly pin like Rod saying lol or something, and I'm like, why? Should be harder to pin shit. What is Indica? Oh my God, is that a game? Is it weed themed? I think indica means something, doesn't it? God, it is so bright in here right now. The reflection off the snow outside is really intense. Holy shit. Staffordshire's. Oh, yes. They lean up against you. That's, yep. Oh my God. I think I'll have to ask Zach, but his aunt has a dog that's some sort of bully breed. It's like medium dog height, I would say, but this dog is easily 200 pounds, but it's not overweight. Does anyone know what this is? It's it looks kind of, it has like the body plan of a pit bull, but I couldn't put my arms around it if I wanted to. It's the biggest dog I've ever seen in my fucking life. It's the epitome of tank. It's a literal tank. Crazy. I don't, maybe English, I don't know. I have no idea. Some sort of bully breed, but it's fucking amazing. Grabbed it. Oh. Hold on. You know what, Cocky? The beauty of this is that I can fix it. Oh, don't fuck with my. Oh, there we go. We have the technology. I'm never staring at my OBS, so if the light gets so bright in here, I literally look like an albino and it's hurting your eyes, feel free to let me know. I'm not here. I get migraines. I get it. I know you know, but for anybody else, like, I don't stare at myself in OBS all day, so I don't know when it happens, but I know it's annoying. No one wants to stare at that. It's too much. Miniature hippos are everything. Are they Indian? Indian hippos, I want to say? Like, actually from India? Oh, bless. I get it, honestly. Migraines, I'm super light sensitive when I get a headache. Oh, I'm light sensitive. You know, we just talked about this the other day. It's the blue eyes. You have the baby blues. I do not have those. I don't have an excuse for the light sensitiveness, but like I'm already light sensitive. And if I have a migraine, it's like put me in the dark sadness. I'm out. Our pity's almost toppled everyone who comes in the house. See, my golden lab as a kid, the one I was talking about that pissed all over as a child, he was the exact same way. He was literally a tank. He could topple you over, but on accident. He was just the happiest boy that ever did exist. One of my friends had a cat who's the exception for declawing. Bully was born with issues. And see, that's what I was saying. That's the only reason. Same with docking tails. Like, there are some dogs who, like, they might work on a farm and their tail gets crushed, right? I mean, like, what service are we doing the dog to let the dead tail, like, hang off of a nub? You know what I'm saying? Like, if there's an injury to the paw or they're born with something where their nails are, like, constantly going to be ingrown into their paw, like, I think vets know a better way, though. Correct me if I'm wrong. I know we have some vet techs in chat. Pretty sure veterinarians have a much more humane way of taking care of that than clipping the end of a toe off. Right? Because that's just, I mean, barbaric. We de-nail people with ingrown toenails all the time, but we're not cutting your bone off. You know? I know, it is really bright, honestly. I'm okay with it as long as I'm not in it, but the reflection in this room gets really intense. The window is so fucking far away from me, by the way. Cheers. Funny, let's ER horror stories, that could be fun. Well, Quill, my dogs think they're a lap dog. I think most big dogs, I don't know, is it certain breeds? Because, like, Millie, no shit, technically a lap dog, did not want to sit on your lap. In her older years, she liked to sit in my lap, but she'd get restless pretty fast. She always wanted to be across the room from you, just staring at you. These guys, if they could fit on my lap, they would live there. They would never go. And they're 85 pounds. I was, honestly, Viata, I was going to say, like, shit, do you think we're going to recognize any of these stories? Or anal railgun could be there. I have a lot of ER horror stories. I mean, most ER stories are horror stories, let's be honest. Most people are in the ER because it's horror. She was so fast several times. Several times she almost knocked me out. Oh my God, C-Town. Lil does that all the time. She's so unaware of her skull. she's nailed me in the bottom of my jaw a couple times to where it actually busted my jaw. And then I don't know what it's just when we're like roughhousing and playing, she will smack her head into my head. And it's like so jarring that I don't know if anybody else gets this. It like causes me to insta cry, but not like a sad cry. It's like I'm like laughing because I don't, it's like the weirdest instant tears because my brain just goes like, oh, and it's happened every time. Like I just start to cry instantaneously, and if anybody's around, I'm like, I'm fine. It just happens. But I think it's like the shake of my brain or something because they are hardy. Like they are. It's insane how solid their heads are. And they are unfazed. And I mean, they've done it to Zach. I heard it. Like the thunk, and the dog's just like, it's bad. I mean, it's like instant. Oh, Zelda got spayed and decided she now sleeps in bed with me. Oh, she probably got a little traumatized by going to the vet and everything. I bet she's like, Daddy, make me safe. I haven't been stoned in years, and I feel like watching Katie's getting stoned is like getting high by proxy. Really? Man, I feel like you need to watch someone who's like mildly less high functioning. I'm not saying I'm super high functioning, but I function as a human stoned. There are some people out there that get real fucked up still. Always the chin's the worst because then you do like the smack of your teeth. Or have you ever got your tongue? I'm like almost on the verge of vomiting thinking about it. I've literally like she'll smack your chin and your tongue gets We had hardwood floors. I'd rollerblade on it and get her to chase me around. It was fun. Absolutely. I roller skate, but yeah. I used to get so stoned, like where stuff didn't make any sense. See, I think I have a plateau. There's a point where I can't get high anymore. The tongue's the worst. I had a patient one time who almost cut the end of their, like bit the end of their tongue off because it's like they hit, I think they were roughhousing with a sibling and the sibling's head hit the bottom of their chin and like their tongue, like it was hung on by the edges. You have a major artery in your tongue, by the way. Do not pierce it by yourself and maybe just don't put needles in your tongue. The incidences that, oh God. Yeah, the sharp instance of your teeth clicking together and that moment of like, holy shit, ouch, and oh God, my teeth. Like, I'm aware they're bones and allegedly strong, but oh no. There's one that's a really cheap, like 1-day course that people who don't work hands-on with patients need to take, i.e., if you don't have a medical license and you work a desk at a hospital, you need to take that CPR training. It's like emergent CPR training and how to use an AED. People like myself and nurses and doctors, we have to go to a special, it's like BLS. There's all different acronyms for it for like children, adult, et cetera, et cetera. Like there's special CPRs, but essentially it's involving intubation in there. It's involving all sorts of other things that you can't, I mean, you don't have the tools, knowledge, et cetera, to do. I do, so it's incorporated into my BLS training. But you want to know the most important thing about CPR? Say it with me, kids. Chest compressions. Nothing else. Get your mouth. Stop making out with that dead guy. Chest compressions. 4 centimeters deep. Break the ribs. Period. And you keep fucking going until there's a professional there who tells you to stop. Or the patient literally says, ow, at you. Then, yeah, stop. Period. Okay, I'm sorry. That's it. It's just, literally, CPR is something anybody can do. Anybody. 2 hands, right in the middle of the chest, on the sternum, and you straight arms, full body weight. 4 centimeters minimum. That's how far you have to go down to get the sternum to touch the heart. You go hard. Hard. It's so something anybody can do, and it's quite literally life-saving. And it's like, you guys know I tell stories all the time of coding like people that probably shouldn't be coded. The majority of the time when chest compressions should have happened on the scene by someone who's not a medical professional, just someone on the scene, that was the moment it would have been life-saving. I.e., if a child appears to have had an issue while underwater, but they're coughing and they seem to be passing air and they're on the beach, but they've coughed up some water, call 911 and start beating them on the chest and getting them to cough, cough, cough. There's 4 types of drowning, and only one of them involves actual suffocation. Most of them involve your body absorbing an excess of water, dumping all your salts, you have a heart attack, and you die in your sleep. It's terrifying, but people will play it really like, everything's fine, they're coughing it up, look, they're okay. That's the times when anybody could have been the life-saving measure. But because of this shit where they're like, it's pointless, there's no such thing as pointless CPR. Sorry. I went to school for 9 years for this shit. I can't help it. CPR is never pointless. Toothpick in the middle of my bottom of my foot for 6 hours in high school, to the point where my mom literally just took me home and scheduled a doctor appointment for later that week. I've never forgot it. It was horrible. Fast forward 6 months, a weird large bump literally forms in the very middle of the arch of my foot that looks like some sort of pimple. And I'm like, oh my God, I have a spider bite and I'm going to die. But I'm definitely the type of person to pick at it for 3 weeks before I tell anyone. So I try to pop it. And I'm not fucking with you when I say the tiniest, the very tip of that toothpick, like this big, had broken off and wedged itself in my foot. And that just literally, I was like, oh my God, oh my God. And this little tiny piece of wood was like, bloop. I'll never forget it. It was the most melodramatic, sad little in my life. And suddenly I was devoid of pain. It was crazy. Wild. Yeah, it took like 6 months of walking on it. But it did. It worked it out. It was just that piece of toothpick. But Jesus Christ, it was so painful. Isn't it crazy how that happens? How that shit just like, I mean, we've had patients like that that'll come in and they're like, I've just got a bump under my skin right here and I'm just making sure it's not like a growth. It's a piece of fucking shrapnel that's like working out of their body. Or like when I was working in Washington State, there's a lot of hunters in Washington. And they would come in and they will get shot by like their buddy's buckshot and I guess not know it. I don't know. Because they come in and they're like, I've got this like nodule on the back of my calf. It's a piece of buckshot that has worked its way out of their calf and is now like a pimple. What the fuck? Oh, yeah. No shit. I had a patient. I mean, this one, I don't know if he didn't know or if he just didn't want to get in trouble, but he comes in to the ER for like a cold or something, like a chest thing. So we do a full chest x-ray. He's got a bullet lodged in his collarbone with no obvious like open or close. And I'm like, okay, so there's definitely some shit going on here, but did you know about your extra accessory on the inside? He claimed to have no fucking idea. I mean, and he didn't look at me like, I don't know. He was like, what? He really had no idea. No idea. How do you just have a bullet in your collarbone? But honestly, there's a lot of times where if you get shot, there's a lot of times where we will leave the bullet in because it's safer, less traumatic for the body, and your body will push it out like a pimple. Some people, I myself am one of these people who I can't get surface piercings. So I'm trying to think of like my eyebrow ring was a good, is that this eyebrow? I've colored them in today so you can't see it, but I have a bald strike through my eyebrow because I got an eyebrow piercing and my body started to push it out and then I headbutted my handlebars on my dirt bike and it just tore out. But like belly button ring, same, it just starts to push it out of my body. My body doesn't take surface piercings at all. But tattoos, totally fine. Surface piercings, no. Some people totally can. It's just your body deciding whether or not it's going to encapsulate the foreign body or push it out. I don't know the science behind why, though. Fox, I don't. That's the thing. I don't know. I only know what you tell me. And honestly, it wasn't. I mean, it was obviously like healed and shit. So it wasn't hurting them. They had no complaints. It's just this weird, like, okay, tell people before you get scanned that you've got a bullet in your collarbone because that's a shock, you know? Oh, yep. I just had my nose surgery in November. I just pulled a piece of dissolving stitch that worked its way to the surface yesterday. 3 months. Bodies are wild. It's the skin turnover. Had a friend who was cutting stone and had a sliver go in. Of stone? Ow. You know, that actually is really, really common with welders. Welders get those little slivers of metal a lot, and then they get bad infections because they're so fucking fine and tiny they don't even realize it happens. But yeah, they got the red line going up his arm. Are you kidding? That's a staph infection. That's killer. Holy dicks. That's like really alarming. That's you know what? Yeah. I've had that. I had a red line up the back of my leg from something. Stepped on something as a kid. I don't know. I used to go barefoot a lot. I was reckless. But I had a red line up the back of my leg, and one of my brothers, the only reason anyone noticed is one of my brothers made a joke while I was on the trampoline and said I had a varicose vein or something. And my mom was like, "A what?" And looked at my leg and was like, "A what?" And we went right to the ER. Very scary. But no shit, that kills. So if you ever have an injury and you see a red line forming, that is a deadly infection traveling to your heart. Go to the emergency room immediately, please. Period. There are no ifs, ands, or buts. That is an infection following your blood flow to your heart. I've literally had elderly people have a sliver in their finger. They get a staph infection, but they're, older, not as healthy. Their immune system isn't up to par. It happens within days and they die. It very seriously. It's very dark. Like, don't fuck around with your wounds. Wash your fucking hands. Wear a band-aid. Or super glue it. Like, do the dad thing. Just cover it up, for fuck's sake. Bully saved you that day. No shit. Seriously, like, it was a moment of like, you're an asshole. And my mom suddenly putting me in the car and driving me somewhere special. I was like, oh my God, what's happening? It was terrible. We use super glue in the ER too, honestly. And in surgery, they have glues that are similar to super glue, but non-toxic. But we glue shit together all the time. It's pretty common. Sorry, video. Cheers. I knew this was going to take forever. I can't help it. Like, this is funny and pretty good, but very clearly, tell me you haven't, has absolutely seen one of those goddamn billboards or a commercial on your radio or an ad somewhere where some lawyer. Have you been in an accident? They're just money hungry. The vast majority of things that go to court involving medicine, there's nothing. There's nothing there. But unfortunately, these lawyers know that hospitals don't want to go to court, so they settle out of court for almost anything. If they can afford it, they'll settle. Because they don't want they don't want anything touching their perfect record. It's disgusting. Ambulance chasers is a really good term for them. Yep. And that creates this culture. I mean, none of it's okay. It doesn't excuse it, but I know you've seen it. And it's really sad. That consent form, I mean, seriously, I won't even speak to you as a medical professional to protect my own license until I know those forms are signed. And I can see it in the charting whether or not you've signed them. I won't even look you in the eye. Fuck that shit. I have to literally touch you as a human. You have to consent to this. We had a client years ago that had a clinician, hadn't seen in a year, but his case was still open. We were liable for his safety. I believe that. Missile, it's the more newfangled super glues I've seen. And honestly, like, allegedly, not in my professional medical opinion, most of them, even if they're toxic, you're not using enough. You're not injecting it into your fucking bloodstream. If that cuts so deep that the super glue won't work because the blood's flowing so fast, you need to be in the ER. That's not on the super glue. And that's when the super glue is actually going to be able to enter the bloodstream and cause true, like, issues. But at that point, what the fuck are you doing? You know what I mean? I feel like common sense clues in there. Why? Shut up. The dogs are fighting over a bone. I'm not saying all doctors are this way, but I've never run across a doctor that wants to give in to the whims of a drug seeker. Ever. It almost becomes a game as to what can we do to make them go away. Without being cruel. Like, we're never cruel. But, like, we start suggesting some of the most uncomfortable tests in the world, like seeing how far they'll go to try to get drugs. Because it's so fucking clearly obvious when you're just there for opiates or something, which is a horrific epidemic in our country. We always offer help, obviously. And I think most medical clinicians at this point are highly aware that we're the problem. Like, not me personally, I can't prescribe anything. Medicine in general is the reason we have this problem. Like, it's the reason fentanyl's out there. You know? Glut, I have a store. No shit. Their insides to come out. The customer's always prolapsing. When I worked at Lowe's, part of the time I was a head cashier. And like every department of Lowe's has a zone manager. And like the cashiers, the cash office, and customer service, we have a zone manager. And one time I'm standing at the front of the store, which is what head cashiers do, literally just stand by the door and then, oh, you're shit alarmed because the cashier didn't roll it across a magnet. That was my job. My zone manager's standing right next to me. And she's like looking at a board, and I wasn't looking at what she was doing. I have no idea. Suddenly she goes to the bathroom, calls me from the store, like her store portable phone from the bathroom. Something fell out of me. And I'm like, what? I'm sorry, like, what? Yeah, I went to pee, and there's definitely something dangling out of me right now. Long story short, her uterus prolapsed while we were standing at the front of the store. That is real. Work out your core, ladies. People assigned female at birth, i.e., if you got a uterus and you got a hole down there, do some core exercises. Shit can fall out. Like, this is common, I guess. Like, common enough that the doctor was like, oh, yeah, that's easy. And they just, like, scheduled, like getting a mole removed kind of surgery. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck? Crazy. That actually happened. I had to say it. I mean, you literally said it. That was real. It was wild. Wild. She was, oh my God. Have you ever seen a human being that, like, you just know they're stretchy from far away? Her. She was one of those people that when she stood straight, she was almost like a C. You know what I'm saying? She had the bent elbows, the knees, the hips that went super forward. Like, she literally, her straight, I mean, not like not like so exaggerated that you think she's broken in half. But you know, those double jointed people where you can just tell the way that they walk, everything's bending both ways. She was that person to a fucking T. Yeah, I didn't know that was a common thing with stretchy people, but now that I know what stretchy is and what, like, you know, we can all do this shit. Her. Like, I don't have the elbow. She did. You know the one where they do, like, the that thing. Oh my God, Glut. Picture Shaggy from Scooby-Doo in skinny jeans from Buckle, covered in rhinestones. Yeah. Wow. You nailed that on the proverbial head, my dude. That's like some visceral callback. That was, wow. Yes. The flop feet and the, oh my God. Kind of like Gumby a little bit. I saw them, Ellie, and then I just got really distracted by the uterus story. Hold on. I think I can still scroll to them. Hold on. Okay, babysitting a former friend's daughter. I made a mental note because I knew I wanted to go back and read these. Babysitting a former friend's daughter. I didn't eat all day because the kid was at the age where if you ate something, you had to share, of course. So it's finally bedtime. My stupid ass wanted a toasted. I can read, I swear to God. Toasted bagel. It was frozen, so instead of microwaving it like a normal person, oh God. I took a steak knife, tried to stab it, cut it, so then I could put it in the toaster. Oh, I just know where it's going. My finger was resting on the whole of it. No, I didn't know where it was going. Allie, no. You put it on the table, flat hand on top, and we go. Oh, what? Holy shit. We're having an intervention. I'm gonna go get a bagel. At least she's recognizing she did not do it like a normal person. She's aware of the error. My finger was resting, oh, ow, on the whole of it. And the knife hits my finger middle. Oh my God, it's worse. It's worse. hits the middle of my nail and a big slice down to the middle of my finger. Was the bagel fucking worth it, man? I mean, it literally sounds like you almost you declawed yourself. You tried to declaw yourself, bitch! What in the ever living fuck tit? Hold on, I'm scrolling to the next one. I should have went to the. You know what? All right, give me a minute. Next paragraph starts with, I should have went to the hospital. So, we know where this is headed. Everything's gonna be fine. You know what? It's like starting a series when there's already 7 seasons out and it's already ended, and you're on season 1 and there's a character in dire trouble. Allie's here today, which means we know she's at least got some of her fingers and she's okay? Question mark. So we know, like, there's immediate spoilers here, but already it's going in a terrible direction. Oh my god, bleed from your fucking skull? Your skull is covered in capillaries, to be honest. It's one of the most, correct me if I'm wrong, any medical people in chat. It's one of the most, like, capillary dense places in your body. Okay. I should have went to the hospital, but the kid was sleeping. The kid? Oh, babysitting. I already forgot. Jesus Christ. The kid was sleeping and didn't want to wake her up and get someone. Man, you really hate kids. Can we just talk about the existential trauma if that kid would have come out to you face down in the kitchen because you fucking were bleeding out? Wait, how old was the kid? Would they even have been able to come down? I know. Did you stifle a scream? Sorry, let me continue. She was in a crib, so literally, okay. Okay, so it's not as bad. She probably wouldn't have been found you. You would have just died? I don't know. Anyways. So I cleaned it and put band-aids and tried to stop the bleeding. I called the former friend. She said, that was fine and was... You call a former friend and she says it's fine and that you were overreacting. Okay. Great friend. She comes home hours later and was like, welp, this was almost a decade ago now, and I still don't have much feeling. I mean, did you ever go to the hospital? That hit me in my face really hot. That was a big hit. I gotta turn my space heater off for a minute. Rage, we just watched a video about horrible medical stories, so now we're sharing, of course. Of course. Head injuries, and I think hand injuries are the two that, like, look the absolute most dramatic, but can be really not that big of a deal in the end. So I ask, I've known people who have, like, severed a finger and had it reattached. They get feeling back. I wonder, like, man, did you just let it go? I did, like, 2 days later. Oh my god, because it ripped open and they said it was too late to do. I mean, they could have cleaned it. They did nothing? Wow. That's alarming. Oh my god, your mother passed away too? I'm so sorry, Honey Bean. That's horrible. Loss is never a good thing. I hope you're healing okay. That's some rough shit. But I mean, it's truly bizarre. I think people like to say misery loves company, but maybe it was one of those things that we all kind of interpreted wrong. I think there's something to be said about the camaraderie of the pain sometimes. I mean, speaking from personal experience, so can't generalize. This is all just like, it's just I can only speak to my personal experience. But like, there's comfort in um, knowing you're not as isolated as sometimes disability and, you know, death, pain, illness can really make you feel. You know? Yeah. The only reason people love to throw around trauma bonding like it's a bad thing, but I think there's something to, there's a reason there's support groups for people who lose people close to them. What else is that other than people bonding over the fact that they're all in pain in like one way or another? It might not be the same, but they can relate. And even if they don't know exactly what you've gone through, they can't relate to the exact experience. There is truly something to be said about someone who's just willing to sit and listen and hold your hand. And the look in their eyes, like they know they're familiar with what you're going through and they acknowledge there's nothing they can fucking do about it except exactly what they're currently doing. And sometimes people that haven't experienced horrible things in their life have no idea how to conceptualize that at all. They just want to fix. And that's really hard. Cuz I want to make you feel better too, but you're not fixing this. Whatever, you know. You know? I'm sorry you had to go through that. Shit's fucking shitty. Death sucks. I like to think of loss as a window. Before loss, you're on the other side of the window. You can see people on the other side, but you cannot understand them. But when you're on the other side of the window, and we all get there someday, these become your people. You understand something together that you didn't before. Wow. It's like the shittiest exclusive club ever. Like, VP of, don't worry about it, ain't throwing stones. Got a lot of death all around me, but like, you're not wrong. It's like, no one wants to be in the club, but we're all grateful it's there for when we're there. You know? It's like accidental arms to fall into that are like, we get it. We ain't got nothing we can do about it, but we get it. All. You know? Phil has decided she had to come lick my hand intently. I love that. That's beautiful. I got flung into a wood beam after doing a jump. Oh my god, side note, literally really random tangent because you reminded me. I recently learned that in Russia there's competitive mini trampoline jump fitness dancing. Look it up, crazy. I got flung into a wood beam after doing a jump, barely an inch or two off the ground, but the mare I was riding got very excited and took it as a jump. Oh god, she cleared the jump like it was at least a foot. We landed, she started cantering, and I knew she was going to go wide, but my balance sucked, and I went flying. I know this feel. It's like you want to dive off because you know the chaos is coming, but you don't know what to do. Ended up with a mild concussion, but I had tingling in my fingies, and when I called to find out what urgent care to go to, the nurse on the phone told me to call... Hold up. Oh, where's the... Oh, an ambulance and go to the ER because potential spine wounds. Dude, really, though? Thankfully made it there via car and then got the full trauma treatment, but I know it could have been worse. Dude, seriously. Oh, man. At least while I was in school, statistically speaking, I'm not going to make up fake stats about it, but two of the highest emergency room related activities, horseback riding and skiing. Not snowboarding, shockingly. Skiing. Probably just because there's way more skiers in the world than there are snowboarders. And snowboarders don't go to the ER because they're too ashamed because they know that they've done what they've done. We're idiots. We're on a board, strapped together or down a hill. It's stupid. Snowboarder, get it. But yeah, horseback riding is one of those things where you can really fuck your body up and not know it's as bad as it is until days later when it's really bad. ATVing, according to my mom, was really bad back in like the 80s and 90s before I was in there. But nowadays, they've pretty much made, I mean, four-wheelers nowadays, most of them, they're so fucking heavy set. They're pretty hard to roll. And I don't know if dirt bikes are really that popular anymore. You know, like, I think there was, like, a time, like, when skateboarding was getting big and becoming, like, a real sport, a lot of people were getting into dirt biking. My family included, like, we got real after my face got smushed, we were like, "Dirt bikes." Um, I don't know if people really, like I know people my age that dirt bike, but I don't know if the youngins do, other than my niece. She has a full set of gear, she loves it. Yeah, literally, Mugrins. Every snowboarder I've ever known. They're like, "Nah, I deserve this. I'm an idiot. I strapped my feet permanently to this tiny slimy board and tried to get down a mountain with it. Help." My kid goes skiing to Italy in the morning. Dude, they probably know what they're doing. Honestly, I think it's literally there's just more skiers than there are snowboarders. Most people I think are very responsible. I don't know anyone who's had a serious injury on skis, and I know some people that do downhill skiing for like a sport. I think it takes being an idiot, honestly. You know what I'm saying? We used to watch like riding the lift up, people would be skiing below you and watching people like crash. It was called like a ski sale, yard sale, something like that, because all their gear would go flying off of them. Fucking X Games, Jesus. Oh, Seatown, no shit, that'd be interesting. Really? Mel, I couldn't do it. My friend did it, and it was the scare. I couldn't even stand to watch her do it. For one, the hill was so steep. I mean, what the fuck? And then she would like curl her body all small. I just, my brain, I mean, I don't know how to ski. I literally was that idiot that was like, it's cool to skateboard and snowboards. That's all I'm gonna do. And I regret every part of it. I wish I could ski. Every hill out there is made for skiers, not for snowboarders. I regret it. But I was a snowboarder, and the idea of going that fast on a snowboard and being able to stop in any fucking fashion without snapping something was unbelievable to me. I just could not even conceptualize that. I was like, there's no fucking way. There's no way. Like, we need like a landing pad, you know, we need like feet to stop, and she just sorry, Bill. You know what I'm saying? Just insta stop. And I don't know how fast they go. It was so fast. It made me very, very nervous. Very, very, very nervous. He won't be on the crazy slopes. Honestly, it's not even the slopes. Like, what does he do? I should ask you what he does. I don't want to scare you. All the accidents I've ever personally seen is people who hit moguls without knowing it. And that's when I worked in Seattle near Stevens and shit, which is a pretty established ski hill. But that was, I mean, honestly, I hate making up random statistics because none of them are real. But like, I don't remember ever having a skiing accident that wasn't that. But I'm sure there had to be one or two. Like, mistakes happen. You know, I crashed into a tree as a snowboarder on accident. Shit happens. But the vast majority of the time, and I don't know what the fuck it is. I've been on only like 2 ski hills in my life. But apparently, this is common that a lot of ski hills out there don't label moguls. And moguls, for those that don't know, they're just the tiny little hills, one after the other. So, like, but when the snow is perfect and powdery and white, you can't see them. So these skiers are down hunched like they're on a smooth surface, and they'll either slice into them and dead stop, and then their body goes flying, but the skis are stuck. Your imagination can go there, or they just wipe out horrifically because they just can't see them. Seems really stupid to not label that shit. I don't know. As a snowboarder, I don't go fuck near those shit. I would just slice them off. It'd be terrible. There's got to be something, right? Yeah, there's got to be warning. That's what it is, though. I mean, every skier I ever got off of Stevens, it was hitting moguls without knowing they were there. Totally innocently. And I mean, it's really hard for me. I feel really bad for these people. That's fucked up. Mel, so here's the thing. Like, when my parents, you know, gave me the option, they were like, "Do you want to ski or snowboard?" I said I want to snowboard because I wanted to be cool, blah blah blah. The douchey kid. And my dad, I believe at the time he was working at the dump, but he somehow got me a snowboard for free, and it was really nice, like brand new. It's really, really nice. We went to a swap meet. I got some fucking bindings, a used jacket. I was set. But the kind of caveat was once I committed, like I couldn't change. And if I somehow admitted to my parents that snowboarding wasn't working out, like they won. And I would still be hearing about it to this day. So I had to like persist. regardless of the existential pain and chaos my body was going through from every moment on a snowboard. Like, it's so unnatural and so not good for your body. But I had to go. I had to win. You know what I'm saying? My parents are kind of bullies. I've learned this later in life. As a kid, I just thought this is how all kids were treated. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, your parents treat you like garbage if you just aren't great at something, you know? But as I grew up and started like snowboarding with friends, I learned via them and their older siblings who were really, really good snowboarders by that point. It's just part of snowboarding. You are going to fall on your face and your wrists and your ass, and you're going to clip the back of your head with your snowboard, and it's just accepted. That should be a sign in front of the snowboards at the shop. Because the way that snowboarding works, there is no really, unless you come to a flat space, there's no way to just stop. You're always going to kind of be doing this on one of your edges, you know? And if you're stuck with a bunch of skiers who want to stop for a second, you kind of got to do these weird little circles and S moves around them to keep going. Because if you stop, you go down and you're going to land on your wrists. And to this day, I have issues with my wrists, probably, I think, from that. And it's just part of it, though. There's no way to avoid it. You're going to land on your wrists. It's part of snowboarding, which is so stupid. I know. Somehow my dad worked at a dump, got me a free snowboard. Weird. Oh no, shit. We had so much cool shit because of that. Like, seriously, this was the 90s when people were doing well and there was like a little economical boom and people were buying shit they didn't need and throwing away brand new stuff because there was a new model coming out. Seriously. Like, I used to get bullied because my friends knew that my parents did not buy me a snowboard, that it was probably came from a dump or something. And I would straight up, like, not in a clever way, but I'd look at them and be like, okay, but I have a snowboard and you don't. Bye. I never saw the issue. I never felt bad. I was like, dude, I don't like, jealous much. I'm pretty sure that's how we had half the consoles we had. We had every single video game console except, is it Dreamcast? I always forget. I think it's, no, GameCube? GameCube. Dreamcast. It's either Dreamcast or GameCube. One of those is one that we never, for some reason, never had, but we had every single other one. And my dad works construction. My mom was an RT. We weren't rolling. With 8 kids, those came out of a trash somewhere. But, like, they were brand new. Literally. We didn't, I didn't know. Yeah, exactly. Off to snowboard with my trash, bitch. Enjoy your hacky sack. Bye. Honestly, I feel like a little bit bad. I don't know if it's this way, but nowadays I know, I mean, this was happening like 10, 15 years ago. But a lot of my friends who are parents, their kids for Christmas, for their birthday, whatever, their present is a phone. And while a phone is, as an adult, I think very necessary for life, unfortunately, these days, like some sort of phone to be contacted on or something. And they can be very fun. I'd rather a snowboard. Or like, I got a bike one year. I got a fucking tetherball. No shit. My dad like put in a tire and filled it with cement. We had a tetherball. That was the shit. I think I'd be a little sad if someone just gave me a cell phone as a gift. I'd be like, thanks. It's like an appliance, I feel like. You know? Dude, tetherball was my jam. I was so good at tetherball, man. I could get that thing going. Being tall was the shit. Where's your snowboard, hun? What? Oh, yes, what's that? Oh, you don't fucking have one? Oh, weird. My parents got it at the dump and were able to afford lessons for me, so.
Sucks to suck.
I didn't even think I was being cool, though. In older years, like recalling these memories, I've literally said out loud to my therapist, like, I was so fucking cool when I was a kid. What happened? Like, I said the coolest shit, just being logical. If they came out of the trash, was it Dreamcast? It wasn't very popular, so hard to stumble on. Yeah, I think it was one. Was Dreamcast flat and it was a CD? Whereas GameCube was a literal cube, right? I think we had the GameCube. I think you're right. Knocked my short ass out tetherballing? Oh, honey. Wait, you know, this recent generation of kids is more technologically illiterate than millennials. How? What defines technological illiteracy? Because I think I am. Surfing scares me. The ocean is where Satan lives. Life hadn't broken you yet? You're not wrong. I did. I was just logical. That was it. And now I think it was before I was afraid of offending somebody. Now it's like I can't whip out any level of intelligence because someone will be offended or something or come at me or in some way. Whereas when I was a kid, I was just like, fuck you. What you said is stupid. This is actually what's happening here. You jealous, bro? You know? Dreamcast was flat. Okay, yes, that's the one we did not have. I was tetherball and wall ball. Anybody play wall ball? I was gonna say there was a kid in our class. I mean, I was like, this is crazy that I remember this. It was like third grade, but there was a kid in my class that was significantly shorter than the rest of us, and we were playing wall ball. And I shit you not, it was like something out of a movie. The wall ball came at him, and he was like, "Oh, full body." I wept. I fucking wept. It was incredible. I think I got in trouble for laughing as hard as I did. I don't think I could control myself. So you get hit in the face, then it sucks for 5 minutes, and then you go again, and then you hit again, etc. I don't think I was ever hit in the face by the tetherball, which is crazy. I should have. Everything else hit me in the face. That reminds me, it reminds me of when my parents got me an acoustic guitar when I was like 15. It was the cheapest guitar they could get, and then they had the money to afford lessons for me. Exactly. And that was the rule in my like with my mom especially. She was a skier, so was my stepdad. Neither of them could teach me how to snowboard, and my mom didn't want me to break my neck. So she was like, either you have to pay for your own lessons somehow, like chores, or work it off, or I don't even know how. I was before 16, so I don't know work. I don't know. Or somehow attain a snowboard and we'll pay for your lessons. And I was like, let's fucking go. I can do this. I can haggle this shit, which I totally am not bitter about, and I totally understand. I had 8 siblings. I know I say that all the time, but like, I cannot seriously even put gas in my car right now. I cannot afford my own self, and my mom had me by now. Crazy. I'm the second youngest. I cannot imagine. I mean, like, just purely being financially responsible for that many little lives, let alone, like, mentally responsible for Jesus fucking Christ, I'd go crazy. Moms are superheroes. End of. Even, I mean, goddamn. No one's perfect, but Jesus Christ. I don't think we ever played Four Corners. I think that was after me. I remember it being around, I think, for my sister. Too tall for face shots. I think I was literally the tallest in my class until I was a senior in high school. So it was really hard for literally anyone to get the ball up that high. A millennial will know what a task manager is, or actually no typing hand position. The people they tested recent gen. Oh, wait, they don't know these things? Wait, they don't know how to get into the task manager of their computer? We're talking about the same thing, right? Isn't that just like computer 101? Weird. I just assumed that was like something you came across on accident. No one taught me how to find that. I could not to this day tell you how I found Task Manager. No one taught me how to find that shit. I found that like on accident somehow. Probably broke shit. I don't know. I was very much like the way that Dahmer was with taxidermy. That was me with electronics as a kid. I kind of didn't understand that I could break shit, and so I just did what I wanted because I was like, ooh, fun, code. Put an X in there and see what happens. Everything goes blue screen, nothing works forever. Mom, the computer doesn't work and I don't know why. Nerd neighbor comes and fixes it. Me goes and does something else. Like, I just did technology. I just dove in and found shit, I guess, in the worst. I mean, probably in the best way, because it was on, like, the cheapest stock HP ever. I wasn't really harming anybody, but, like, you guys know. I've told you about the graphics card. I did shit. But that's the best way. I mean, tell that to your parents who are paying the neighbor to fix the computer over and over. Mom, the computer blue screen and I don't know why, but also what's a donkey show? Life is a vampire. I couldn't even tell you what I did. I just remember I'd get into new places and be like, let's change them and see what that does. But nowadays, I mean, it's truly like did develop me into the person who I am. I know what not to touch. Because I fucked it up, man. System 32, I don't even know what that. I mean, how would I have gotten into there? Mom, what's meat spin? Mom, what's a lemon party? And why is it old? So many times. Oh my god, get out of my head, C-Town. Get the fuck out. I mean, Quill, that's me. I swear to God, my parents only call me if there's something wrong with a computer at this point, and I'm not even IT. Like, I only know because I fucking try. To defend the kids, tech's gotten better so they don't have to fix it as much. I don't know how to do anything on my car because it just works. I was literally going to ask like something you've just confirmed. I was going to say, is it seriously just because they're not growing up in the wild west of computers so they don't have to troubleshoot them as often as we did? It's useful that I can, but technically you don't really need to. Yeah, I was going to ask that. That kind of makes sense. It's kind of like there's things that, you know, my parents deemed vital skills that I physically it's impossible for me to do now. I.e., I wasn't allowed to buy myself a car until I could change the oil on my dad's 19-something fucking old Toyota with the long stick. I now have a Jeep that literally has an entire fucking plate that has to be descended by a robot to even get to the oil. I physically cannot perform the action. I had to learn to have my license in a car. There is shit like that where it's like, they may make fun of us, but I seriously, you do it then. Figure it out. I don't know how to do it. I'm not dropping it into, it's basically like the plate that like to change your transmission fluid, that entire like base plate, that's what's on the bottom of a lot of these new fucking cars to protect all the shit underneath when you're like off-roading, I guess. But it also, caveat, you got to go to a dealer and change your fucking oil. Skid plate. Skid plate. Fucking skid plate. Yeah. And I mean, literally, like I've looked. I know cars. My dad is an absolute grease monkey. Like rebuilds cars for fun, and it was a rule. We had to know how the fucking engine works to have a car because he didn't. We lived in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. A lot of you know this. I know I'm being repetitive, but if we broke down, there was no cell phone service, even if my parents were rich and got us cell phones. So you got to know what to do. Like that was the rule. My dad was like, "You're not gonna get kidnapped on the side of the road. Learn how to fucking fix your car." So we did. It's a computer now. They're all computers on the inside, and they're locked up. I can't. They diagnose them by plugging them into a wall now. What the fuck? It's like a set of skills I have that are useless. Useless. I think part of the reason I still insist on driving a stick is like it gives me a sense I'm still driving a fucking car and not a spaceship. Because there's nothing else about it that reminds me it's a car. At all. It's so weird. But now you have AAA, exactly. And AAA is safer because they have insurance to cover anything that happens that goes wrong when they tow your car or whatever. I had to re-tap my skid plate. My Jeep is ancient. Dude, these ones literally, I actually think it's like, you know, plastic, but it's that hardcore black plastic that's like roughed up. I mean, you know the shit. Like it's borderline bulletproof or something. It's hardcore. That, and it's all like morphed around so you can see the shapes of everything under the Jeep. Because it's perfectly, but it's an entire body plate that has to be lowered to get into anything under the Jeep now. It's weird. It's just that, and I'm sure there's a lot of shit like that, like kids nowadays. You know, like one of my we reminisce about carrying a book bag with 50 pounds of books that destroyed our backs and makes us all stand like this now. They have iPads provided by the school with everything on it. It's something they can't even fucking relate to. And like, let's be real, what's the point of cursive? Other than now you and I have a secret code we can speak in. I don't know. Like, really signing shit. But that's something they don't teach anymore. Me too. I mean, seriously, to this day, I'm still very envious of my Nana's beautiful My Nana, again, she was raised in a Catholic orphanage by nuns, so probably beaten and strapped to a wall, splashed with cold water. She didn't write perfect. But regardless, she was ambidextrous, and she could write the most, I mean, like a font you would buy. Like, the most beautiful, slanted, like, cursive. It was like reading music, reading her cursive. It was the most beautiful handwriting I've ever seen in my life, and I still think about it. But what the fuck is the point of cursive? Yeah, I know it. You probably do, because, we're of that age, and we can write secret notes to each other that kids of a certain age literally can't read, and that's kind of funny. But beyond that, what is it, really? It's like shorthand on a typewriter. There was a point when it was pretty normal for mainly girls, because we were just useless, either like secretaries or moms, where they would send us to school to learn shorthand on typewriters. Useless. Useless skill. Andromeda, I've literally, that's the only thing I can't think. I have no idea. How do you sign for shit? Do you just graffiti? I have no idea. That's the only thing. I'm like, I guess we sign in cursive, but other than that, what is it? Thank you for those biddies. That is the witch cry. Yes, it is. Yep. Thank you for those biddies. I appreciate you. Exactly. The shorthand. Get out of my head, Margrins. Exactly. Yeah. I write right-handed, but for some reason, if I write with my left hand, it comes out a mirror image of what my right hand does. That's basically exactly what my Nana was, and she was, she was very ambidextrous, like on a real level. Not trying, she really was. Her handwriting was identical with both hands. It was really weird. There was a girl yesterday at work. She had to sign a return thing, and she was like 13. She goes, "I don't have a signature." Oh my god, cute. To be honest, I don't think I had one at 13. Her mom's like, "Just sign your name," and hers was way better than mine, and girl never learned it. Oh, wait, did she sign it, or was it printed? I mean, trouble, you could say that, but, like, I don't know, is it because I write in cursive that I can write faster in cursive than I can print? I don't know. I write in cursive because in my mind it's faster. I think it's lazy. I don't have to I have to pick up my pencil less. The less pickups, the happier brain sauce. So I write in like this really jumbled kind of half cursive, to be honest, because there's certain letters that I've decided subconsciously I don't like in cursive. So my pen picks up and I write them. I print them and then continue in cursive. What the fuck? Yeah. I have no idea though. If you ever want to learn Russian, it's exclusively written in cursive, so don't lose your cursive skills. I think calligraphy is fucking gorgeous. I shake. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, do you just print? Or, like, not, I don't know. I mean, does a signature have to be cursive? Did anyone state that as a rule? I don't know. Really, Kel? I'm glad I'm not the only one. Is one of the letters that you pick up a lowercase k? Or is it just me? Because I hate them. They're ugly. I know what letters they are now, but I didn't decide them consciously. My hand did. But lowercase cursive K's are stupid, and I hate them. School's getting rid of gym class. Wait, schools don't have gym class? That was my favorite. Oh, Jay, I'm jealous. I'm jealous. I didn't know your grandmother taught you that, though. That's fucking cool. Well, let's be honest, Allie. Cursive is one of those things that's so... I mean, by the time you and I were learning cursive, it was one of those things where... I mean, I don't even think our teachers knew why we were learning cursive. It was like, you have this skill, but I don't know why you're going to need it. Because, like, why? I still don't know. No one gave us a reason. We just had to learn it. But it wasn't, like, used in a universal way. Like, I was never required to write a paper in cursive. Ever. And so, therefore, I don't think we really, like, uniformed our cursive in our generation. So most people my age, I can't read their handwriting either. It's totally, everybody has like a different little slant to it or curve or like a little sway. And there's certain letters that I'm like, what's that? You know what I'm saying? I think it's just because we never really had to be judged by other people on our handwriting that way. It's more of a personal handwriting. Oh, because identity protection? Oh, because your signature actually mattered. Scott, I learned that and I started signing a dick. I was gonna say, I thought some people still had gym class. That was my favorite fucking class, man. It was the only time I got to get up. I learned how to. Here's the thing, though. Like, yes, like I think theoretically, yes. The only requirements for a signature are that it's distinct and that you can't and that you can replicate it. And like theoretically, it's so we have like individuality. Like signing something, it's your signature, and theoretically, no one can copy it. I learned how to copy my mom's signature by the time I was in 4th grade perfectly. Are you asking yourself why? Sure, I'll let you know. So I could rent books from the older kids part of the library. I was a virgin until college. Please still love me. Cheers. Books were everything. I read all the books that made me gay. No shit. Crime started early. 4th grade. What are you, like 10? I have no idea. 8? I don't know ages anymore. Learn how to fucking, what's the word? I can't plagiarize my mom's signature in order to get books from the older kids part of the library, because the part they were making me rent books from was like, Sam like run, run Sam like. And I was like, what the fuck is this? I'm not touched. Help. And then, went home and read said books and gay. So also I learned how to suck mad dick out of my fear of sex and pregnancy. So like, there's trade-offs. Talk to your kids. I need a pack a bowl. Forgery! That is the fucking word. I could not come up with it. Forge my mother's signature. Yes. Signatures are being phased out of the back of credit cards. Thank fuck, because let's be honest. How many times have you had to sign that shit before it stayed? The amount of times that I've handed over like a debit card or credit card and they're like, you need to sign this. And I look at them like, do you want to fucking fight? Because I'm ready to go, bitch. I've signed that shit so many times. Oh my God. You can see the black smears. Like, you can see that half the paper's rubbed off the back. Like, fucking what? There's no pen that sticks unless it's a Sharpie. Was CC? Oh my God, you got lucky. I did commit fraud at a very young age. I never did it for anything dangerous, though. Like, I would, even though I knew how to sign my mom's signature, I would still come home with, like, a bad report card that needed to be signed. I'd still come home with, like, forms to go on a field trip. I didn't even think to forge that shit. It did not occur to me that I didn't have to show my mom these documents. I wasn't inherently a bad child. I was just, like, very goal-oriented. Like, I want those books. And mom's not home tonight. Mom said I could get those books. But it wasn't nefarious. It was just action, Oh my God, Glut. Dude, the sheer amount of times I ended up in like, what felt to me like a 30-minute conversation, but was probably 5 minutes about how much a man hated their wife because of that exact situation. Oh, it says CID. Can I see your ID? Goddamn fucking wife told me to put that on there, and I've regretted it ever since. That fucking bitch never did anything good for nothing. Did I even bring? Oh fuck! I got my discharge papers. That way, fuck! I'm gonna beat her. I'm gonna get a 2x4. I'll be right back. I'm getting some what? And you're just at the register, like. Okay. Should we call help right now? Where is Jesus? It's very alarming the things people will let out because of a mild inconvenience. That is sure. Holy shit. Like, wow. Big wow. Big fucking wow. Oh, we had them, Allie, all the time. I don't know what it is about Lowe's, but it really brings out a special side in some people. Um, it's the worst. I don't know what it is. If it's just the stress of Lowe's, I don't know. I don't. That's all I have. I worked there 7 years. That's all I have, and people got fucking weird. On the back of my debit, it says mine, and on the oh my god, I love that. On the back of my joint debit, it says ours, and on the back of my credit card, it says CC because I'm original. No, I kind of love that. What were you signing to get books? So no shit knives. The school that I went, I mean, I went to a lot because we moved a lot, but one of the schools that I went to, the way that the library, I was trying to think which school, I don't remember where we lived at the time, but it was elementary school and middle school. And the way that the library, I don't know if any other school ever did this. It seems like a foreign concept to anybody I tell this to, but our school would section the library off by grade. And it was supposed to, I mean, theoretically, I think, assist you in finding books that were theoretically at your reading level, so you didn't go rent a book and commit to it that's like too hard for you to get through, you know? But there was like it was just by grade. And I just love to read. I mean, we didn't have TV when I was a kid at all. We had a shit ton of books though, and I read the fuck out of them. I loved reading by the time I got to school. And it's really like I am still bitter about this because basically what happened was I forged it at that one school that was in Western Washington. We moved to the other side, and they basically there's no way to get. I mean, basically, I had my mom sign a note that said I can rent books. I can check out books from the older grades, older kids sections of the library. One school let me get away with it. One school that wasn't even an option. And so I tell my mom finally, like at that other school, I just forged your shit and never even said anything. At this school, I'm like, okay, mom, they're trying to board me into this section of the library where it's like literally like Red Rover kind of shit, like children's level stuff. And I wasn't thinking I was any genius, but I was reading, books. I don't know. I like to read. I want something that's got chapters or something. I was reading like Goosebumps. They didn't even have that in my grade. So my mom contacts the school or whatever and is like, hey, is it cool if my kid, like checks out books from other parts of the library or something? I'll vouch for her. She likes to read. Or can she test into a higher level of the library? So they're like, yeah, she can test into a higher level of the library. So they give me a reading test. I test in the college percentile. What do they do? Remove me from reading class and make me walk across town to the elementary school to do PE with elementary school children for an hour every day. Because they couldn't cater to my reading level, allegedly. It still hurts. I mean, I had a blast. I liked getting up and walking and leaving the school. Like, I would oftentimes just fucking leave. Bitterness. And no one even noticed. But like, show me the logic, American school system. But everything happens for a reason. That's what led me to get a library card and led me to find Anne Rice, which led me on to way more fantasy books. That opened my world. I was like, oh my god, there's fantasy. So like, had I never had that, I might have just been sitting in the library reading shit like Babysitter's Club or something. Who knows? Housemate is a school librarian. All the books have age guide stickers. I was going to say that, Lizzie. No shit. I mean, again, this was when I was really young, but from what I remember, it was like colored circled dots, like dot color stickers. And like, depending on that dot on the spine, that was what age you had to be, or what grade you had to be allowed to check that book out. And I was pissed about it. Like, the fuck? Words are words. Give me a book. You'd think it would have been easier to well, that's the thing. I mean, the school library, I mean, seriously, my like distrust and dislike of the American school system started at a very early age because immediately after that, my mom's always been very pro reading. Like, she loves that we like to read, and she always encouraged that when we were kids. So when this happened and she heard about it, she's like, well, it's not a bad thing that you get up and go to the elementary school because shake with energy, but you need a library. So we went to my little ass town library. And I remember walking up to the front desk with my mom and getting my first library card. I was so excited. It was like my first, piece of ID. It was like literally a generic, piece of plastic with a barcode on it. But for me, I was like in middle school, so I was like, oh, it's like I have my license. This is amazing. I need a key ring. I was so excited. It was like my first thing ever that was just mine. But I remember standing, like, I was like eye level. The counter was super fucking tall, probably to save these ladies' backs while they like check books in and out and stuff. Super fucking tall counter. And I was fully expecting her to tell me what part of the library I'm allowed to be in. And I just stood there for like an excruciating amount of time. She had to tell me to go away. And I just kind of did like any, you know what? I'm not even going to ask. And I just went for it. And it was just bonkers to me that this place that's free, that I can go any time of day, anytime, get as many books as I fucking want. I can literally go anywhere. Like, I went immediately to anatomy books and found the penises. Of course I did. And no one was there chastising me. Like, it was all education. Whereas I go to the literal house of education, aka a school, and they're like, no, here's a cardboard book with 7 pages. There's finger puppets in the back. Enjoy America. I don't know. It was very confusing. And at that, I think that's when it started, when I was like, something's wrong. Something's wrong here. You know? Minty, thank you for the resub. I appreciate you. Welcome back, love. I lost a Mary-Kate and Ashley book from the library when I was 10 and then never went back for fear of being arrested. Dude, I literally thought they had library jail. No shit, Lizzie. So in the like children's nook of my town's library where like little kids could sit with their moms and read books and stuff, there was like a mural on the wall, and there was I fuck you not, and there's a very specific story to it, and you probably don't give a fuck, but there was a little like part of the mural. It was like supposed to be the town, people of the town, all the different people of the town, all white, all the different people of the town, all white people of the town, of varying, all the diverse white people of the town. And there was one image of like an iron bar cage and like a person in it, and my youth brain was like, oh, if I don't return my library books, I go to jail. Long story short, small town weird shit is real. Like, if you've ever seen, what is it? The Rory show, Gilmore Girls, that shit's real. Small towns have weird shit they do every year, and they just continue doing them. My town has a parade and, like, a little fair every year. No shit. Super small. White. It's called Town and Country Days. And we have a parade. Crazy, I know. I think literally every person that exists in the town has to participate. Otherwise, the parade's not really a parade. It's like one float. And no. So I don't know where it comes from. I couldn't tell you the origin, but the town, my little ass hometown, has this billboard at the beginning and ending of it, which I shit you not is less than 1 mile, that states it's so much like Schitt's Creek, I'm not kidding you. It's literally like a billboard that says, Kettle Falls, 1,500 friendly people, and 1 grouch. And every summer, the town votes for the town grouch because everybody knows everybody because it's a small town. And that person is trudged through the parade in a jail cell, like in an iron bar cage. It's real. It still happens. Why? It's the fucking... There's no word for it. This shit's real. Small towns are weird. Like, no one's there to tell them no, you know? What? They're so fucking white. So fucking white. I mean, you can Google Kettle Falls and look at that sign. They're all white on it. They did that on purpose. Like, at least it's a realistic representation. Let's be real. I grew up on the Indian Reservation, like 30 miles away, but this was like the nearest town, because the Indian Reservation, we had like a tackle shop, basically. You get worms and beer, milk. There's nothing but white knives. So they're white. They're always so white. They're white. There's nothing but white out there. It's just white. It's just white. They're white. It's usually like a proprietor of one of the 3 businesses. No shit. Or like a teacher or something. Because that's all there is. Like those are the famous, like the people in my town that are like walk around with their heads high and feel a little famous are literally school teachers. Because that's it. My hometown has a gas station and a church and a bar and like a drive-through espresso stand. End of. So, like at one point, it was literally the gas station attendee, and then it was the person who owns the tavern, and then it was the priest. Like those are the grouches, you know. That's it, because that's all there is. It's Washington. It has to have an espresso stand. That's the one thing you can inevitably find in the bumfuck middle of, and I'm not exaggerating, middle of nowhere where there is no rights to be a goddamn espresso stand. You might find the best coffee of your life in Washington State. Stop at it and get one. I say that with no hesitation. It's a very strange phenomenon. And no, it's not Starbucks. I think Washington has such an affinity for trying to create like personal private roasts that are phenomenal because we fucking despise being associated with Starbucks burnt garbage. No, I don't like it. And it's not because it's Starbucks. I'm not being contrarian. It tastes like burnt garbage. I've tried. I've gone to the original Starbucks and I was like, ooh, I'm going to get a mocha. Puh, is it burnt? Is there dick in it? Why? They're bad. It's always been bad. I didn't know to not like it when I didn't like it. I was like 8 when I had my first mocha at the one downtown. And I was like, gross, burnt, and poured it out. It was disgusting. It's burnt. Hi, Donna. How are you, love? We didn't have a pizza shop, but we did have a drive-through espresso. I worked at it. AJ's Espresso. I don't know if it's still there. Probably. Things in these towns never go away. Ever. I used to live in Hiram, Ohio. That town literally had 1 square mile, and Hiram College takes up the majority of the town. Wow, they have a college, though. Damn. We had a lot of bonfires. Like, that was the main entertainment on the weekends. Find somewhere less likely to be caught and have a bonfire. Pretty much every village and town, big and small, have carnivals here. Lots of traditional villages and stuff will have May Day parades and May Queens. The parade in my town is usually the pub goers dressed in their dress-up race gear. Kids from schools performing their little musical ambulances. That's exactly like my hometown. Literally. Yep, it's like little kids doing stuff. Local farms, like pulling through a tractor trailer with hay bales and like kids dressed up like little farmers sitting on said hay bales. I still have no idea what affiliation they have to the hay bales, but there's always inevitably some float of hay bales and children. Yeah, that kind of shit. A tree farm? No shit. There's a tree farm. Boise Lumber? They'll have a float. Yeah. Ike. Holy crap.
Bro, is it time I just quit? That's a lot of months. Holy crap. Thank you. I mean, thank you for making me laugh, but like, wow. Thank you for subbing to the class, keeping the class alive, and giving any swings. I think we need to take a break.
I think I meant to take one ages ago and just totally got on a tangent and forgot. You guys are too interesting. It hurts me. Having dick in their coffee might actually make it worth it. No shit. You want to know a really cool phenomenon that's in Seattle, in Washington State as a whole? I mean, really cool, arguable, bikini baristas. Because coffee is such a culture, I mean, that was probably the most startling thing for me as a human being, moving away from Washington State. It took me a really long time to stop being a Karen about the fact that there wasn't anything but a Dunkin' or Starbucks within 10 feet of me at all times. I was like, no, I need 13 options of private, locally roasted coffees. What is this chain shit? Now I'm a Dunkin' girl. Don't worry, I got there. But that was just what I was used to, having a million coffee options, because that's Washington. But we have bikini baristas where it's essentially a stripper working in espresso stand. And by espresso stand, I mean, if you've ever been to Lowe's, Home Depot, a hardware store, where they sell like those prefabricated little sheds, they're barely big enough to put like a riding lawnmower in them. Essentially, I really think someone buys one of those, decks it out inside. That's what is on the side of the road. That's an espresso stand. That's it. It's got one human being in it, and they've got 2 espresso machines, and they work both windows simultaneously, and 2 cars going this way. And that's them. But every once in a while, you'll find the bikini ones where they are wearing little to no clothing, and if you tip them good, I've heard you can flick their pooter. illegal, because sex work still isn't legal, but I'm a pro sex work person, and like to each their own. As long as it's consensual, get yourself a pooter flick. But allegedly, these girls make amazing tips, and they're just like very scantily clad, like in little outfits and stuff, like like Halloween costumes for college girls. It's not like they're walking around with like nothing, but it's just like fun costumes and shit. And I think they usually work two to a stand for safety reasons. I've known girls that work at them. I've never actually been to one because, shocker, there wasn't one in the hippie ass college town I lived in that I was aware of, anyways. I don't even know if they were a thing yet when I was in college. I think they became a thing towards the end. It was like around, because I think it was around the time weed got legalized, because no shit, it's like a phenomena. If there's a weed shop, I would almost put money down. There's a bikini barista within a block. Usually they're connected within the same parking lot. But like, sometimes they're like across the kitty corner street or something like that. It's wild. But good for them. Fuck it, yeah. Hold up, I missed. I recall in my town of 21 people where I used to live, the people we had, wait, the most people we had was for the 150th anniversary of the town, and a bunch of partiers swarmed the town to get drunk and fuck, sometimes on their cars parked. Oh, that's fun. That's not good. I don't want to see that. The minute they built a Black Rock down the road, and I don't have to go way down the road for it, I was so happy. I get that. Yeah. Kona, you are seriously nowhere. I'm here to tell y'all West Coasties, nowhere else is like, that's like the one thing about, one of the maybe 5 things I miss about the West Coast is the coffee culture that you can, I mean, it's weird to me now when I go home that at any point, literally any point in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, at one point my mom could just turn to me and be like, you feel like getting a coffee? And within 5 miles, we will find coffee. Like, it's just going to be there somewhere. And that is nowhere else in the entire fucking world. They got chain coffee, period, end of story, and they're stuck with it. Pity them. Now I love Dunkin'. I mean, I've become very bland. I'll drink any coffee at this point. Literally, just give me motor oil. I'm good. But I do enjoy good coffee when I get it. Mini churches? No. You have mini church coffee shops? No, but I've heard about those mega churches having, like, espresso stands in them. I don't know how legit that is. Not a churchgoer if that's not apparent. Absolutely. Mech, they make so many more things that aren't espresso, honestly. One of my favorite things to get that I've been getting since I was, before I can even remember it, an Italian soda. Or what my mom calls a creamsicle. Happy 420. It's literally like soda, or usually it's like, flavoring of your choice, sparkling club soda, and then they do a splash of cream and whipped cream on top, and it's fucking delicious. Seatown knows fucking Italian sodas, dude. I love them. And I really like a good hot chocolate, a good chai tea. Got a really tight muscle in my back I've been trying to fuck with for days. Yeah, they have food. Oh, yeah, that's the cool thing. So all these tiny ass espresso stands all over the West Coast. And I mean, I've seen them California, Oregon, and Washington. I know they're up and down the West Coast. It's a West Coast thing. I just haven't seen them anywhere else. But oftentimes what they will do is they'll have food that is supplied by a local bakery or a local nona somewhere who's just cooking out of their kitchen. Totally up above board and everything. But it's like fresh fucking giant muffins as big as your heart. Oh, and they fill it in the same way. It's wild, and it's literally one of those tiny little she sheds that has miraculous shit. I mean, the espresso stand, drive-through espresso stand I worked at in high school, I'd work at it before school, and then I'd work at Taco Time after school. We actually had like a mini little deli counter on the inside where I could make you a full-on fucking huge sandwich with artisanal made bread by the co-op store down the road. You'd never know if you didn't stop and try it. Because there ain't no fucking advertising. Hold on, let me. I think that was one of the bundle that crashed. Oh no! I saved that one. I have the stretch one. I'm going to do it. Yes, no, that was one that didn't crash. I was scared. I had a whole bundle that crashed earlier that I was trying to get back. That one didn't. Thank you. No. Oh God, I thought my browser froze. Not again. Oh, you found a therapeutic strain? No shit, medical grade cheese. Medical grade cheese. Is it like a dab? Like the consistency of a dab? Hey, Donna, that is one thing that I fucking loved about the East Coast, though. Donna said, I live in Pittsburgh. My neighborhood, Little Italy, was always like a high population, small village, but we're in a major city. Realizing that not every single city has all the things we have was a surprise to me. Wild. That's the biggest difference. You can live in a really like small town, like on the East Coast area, I should say, Mid-Atlantic area, whatever, but still have all the amenities. Where it's like where I grew up, if you lived in a small town in the middle of nowhere, the nearest amenities were 2-hour drive, and there is no public transportation. You have a car and you drive, or you hitchhiked. Don't hitchhike. Just no. No. But exactly, it's just so spread out there. It's crazy. Is it illegal? Good. It's so dangerous. It's just not a good idea. Oh, cheese was the fucking strain? Oh, fuck yes. I feel like I've had a cheese strain. I was trying to think of the name of it. So it was like something cheese. Describe the culture of West Side Market to someone at work. How my grandfather had a guy who made Italian sausage. He'd make 100 pounds in the early morning, and by noon his son, who now owns the stall, would bring another 100 pounds by noon. Jesus. And the customer said, and I kid you not, is it like Johnsonville? So I'm going to go scream into the void. Quick break. Good news. The dogs are shitting. Not necessarily bad news. Inevitable news. It is loose orange, and I have to wipe their asses like babies. Thank you for being patient. I love big dogs, and I cannot lie. You other brothers can't deny that when a trick walks in with a shitty butt, you gotta clean it. It's not too bad. It's not, honestly, it's just, I mean, I'm sure a lot of you can identify with having hairy butt cheeks and some loose stool. It's just because I'm paranoid and I don't want little orange kisses on my on my white carpet. Fuck that shit. I got the golden retriever one. That one loaded. CJ, trick, I think what happened was, I think I've nailed it down. So same symptoms that happened a couple weeks ago. You know, when I literally took like 2 days off because Trick was in so much pain. He was just shaking and wouldn't leave me alone. Was it yesterday? I don't know. These last 2 days have been a weird blur. I think it was yesterday. He woke up and was doing that behavior again, like the weird shivering and just, crawling up my body. Not just normal clingy behavior, but like would not get away from me. It was shivering and shit. So I was like, okay, what is it? I don't know how or why these are in my house, but for some reason there's a box of milk bones. And I think maybe, I'm not going to say names, but someone gave him a milk bone. And not that there's literally anything wrong with milk bones. They've been around for generations. They're probably fine. But my dogs have just such a fucking like pure, grain-free, natural foods diet that it gave him the worst like gas bubbles. It was standing. I could hear his stomach like I could fucking hear it. And so I did the pumpkin rice chicken mush yesterday morning. Made a huge batch of it and I've been giving it to him. And it's just like, it's basically all fiber. It's just meant to help clean them out if they've got something icky in their tummy. But it creates quite a poop. Dude, Donna, well, that's, we normally give them dehydrated lung. Like, that's their favorite thing. And we buy it in bulk. I get it from Chewy. Like, I get a monthly Chewy order of their food and their treats and everything. That's what we always give them. So I literally don't know why this would have happened, but those are in the house, and it's the only thing I can come up with that they could have had. Yep, it's just the extreme diet. It's just a diet change. It's the same reason why, like, when they were puppies, I kind of cracked down pretty hard and was like, absolutely no human food, period, end of story. And it was just a theory, but I had a theory that if they weren't exposed to human food when they were puppies, then they wouldn't want it as adults because I was well aware of how tall they were going to get. Like, literally, their heads can rest on my countertops. And I didn't want them to even be tempted, and it worked. They have no craving for human food at all. So I'm really fortunate they eat this rice shit. It really did work. Like, they don't beg. They don't beg for food. They have no interest if I'm eating something. They just walk. They usually like sniff it and they're like, not mine. And they walk away. They have no fucking interest at all, which is great. It really did work because like, never speak ill of the king. My boy Link was the most perfect golden retriever in the whole world and I miss him with every ounce of my body. But that being said, he was the worst. Like, he would actually growl at you if you put your fork down too long. He would stare at your plate and go, and like, it was just inappropriate. And I was so embarrassed if people came over. He wasn't aggressive. It was his, like, he was talking to you. He wanted your fucking plate. And it was just one of those things that I was like, that's not going to happen with my dogs. I can't. It was embarrassing. Like, people would think it's aggression, you know. I knew it wasn't aggression, but other people don't. And I don't want people to ever fear my dog, especially golden retriever. Fuck. Literally, it's you fucking finished. I'm gonna lick that. But it made me sad. I love Chewy. Like, I don't know if there's probably many subscription services for getting your supplies for dogs and whatever. But for what I get for my dogs, I get them, and I know I've told you guys about this, but way back in the day, long story short, I have an aunt who started a dog food company, like a raw, natural dog food company. Sorry, I'm pulling links from Lizzie while I talk. Raw dog food company, and she learned a lot about dog food. And allegedly, granted, this was like in the 90s, but in America, if a dog food bag said, lamb and chicken, it only legally has to be 4% lamb or chicken. And then the rest of it can be like horses and euthanized dogs and cats. Like, that's and then grains and fillers. Ew, super fucking nasty. And I got real paranoid about it because, I mean, even if that's not a thing anymore, or even if it wasn't a thing, I don't know, she might have been a paranoid hippie. It scared the shit out of me. I looked into it, and America really does have not very stringent standards when it comes to dog food, and the majority of the dog food isn't even legally required to list ingredients in it. They can just put these bulk names that don't state anything. And I don't know. I love my dogs so much. So I buy them as Canadian dog food called Origin. And it's just because Canada has like insanely strict regulations on what can be in dog food. Like, if it says lamb, it's got to be a shit ton of lamb. It's like good quality stuff, not a lot of wheat filler and stuff like that. So that's what I feed them. It's just. But I fed it to Millie her entire life, and she was so fucking healthy. Never had a vet visit till the very end. Ever. Like, the epitome of health. There's something to having a healthy diet with your dog, man. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Thank you, Molly. I was literally, sorry, trying to think where I was going with that. So, the reason I really like Chewy is that dog food I buy that's a Canadian brand is like, it can be over $100 for a bag. And on Chewy, it's like $60. They eliminate that middleman. Like, the store is paying the labor of moving all these heavy objects, which I appreciate and understand. But I'm gonna cut them out if I can. Everything is just so much cheaper on Chewy, and it's just because you subscribe and you get a discount on it. But on top of that, it's already cheaper, and the food I buy them is just so expensive. It makes it so much more affordable. And when going from like Millie to a dog that's stomach is probably the size of Millie, like, they eat so much more food. It's so worth it. And just all the natural treats, like the dehydrated lung pieces and the pizzle sticks, everything like that is always going to be more expensive. Because it's like, pretentious hipstery shit at a store. They know they can get people to buy more money for it. But on Chewy, it's cheaper. Way cheaper. I can get a bag of pizzle sticks for the price that a pet store charges for one. Chewy's nice. There's got to be, I'm not sponsored by them in any way, shape, or form. But if you have animals and you're regularly buying pet supplies, they have stuff on there like you can get frozen rats for snakes, all sorts of stuff. They eliminate that store cost, Food safety is a meme in America. It's crazy. And it's just like, for animals, they don't care at all. CJ, and see what's so weird is I grew up with the farm style dogs. Like my dogs literally ate like I say attaboy, but like the biggest, cheapest bag of dog food my mom could possibly find at Costco. Just that was just open fed. But on top of that, like at the end of the meal, everything would be scraped into this big casserole dish and just thrown outside. Bones, everything. And my dogs lived till they were like 16, 19. I don't know, man. I don't know what it is. Did we make dogs sad? Oh, I don't know. They were healthy fucking dogs, but they were like farm dogs. Like they were outside eating grass and sticks and chicken shit too. So like there was probably a whole amalgamation shit going on in there. Oh my god, was it actually labeled ferret food and had fucking fruit in it? I would have sued. See, Chesh, and that's the thing. Like, it's so much different having dogs that you're just around so much more. The farm, when I say farm dogs, they were strictly outdoor dogs. That being said, my dad is one of those people, I think he's very undiagnosed ADHD. He's got to have 10 projects going at any given time, like 3 cars he's rebuilding. He also does like welding, railroad spike art. But on top of that, he just builds stuff. So every time we had a farm animal, he would build that farm animal a fucking condo. So my dogs had a heated hutch built off of our porch that had lights and stuff and like food and whatever. They were treated. I mean, it was like outdoor. But when you're not around your dogs 24/7, you have no idea. Like, I am so disgustingly hyper aware of my dog's bowel movements, the texture of it, the smell of it, no, not the taste of it, but you know what I'm saying? Whereas these dogs, like, went in the woods to shit. So I didn't even know they shit. You're just not aware of their, like, you just don't know. So I mean, I know they lived a long time, but I cannot speak to their actual gut health in any way. Check your shits, y'all, for real, dude. That's important. Chewy's customer service outstanding. Hey, that's another good check for them. I've never had an issue with them ever. And we've actually, I would speak to their customer service as well. We just get a reoccurring, subscription order of the same, like, origin dog food that's grain free or whatever. And one time we got a bag that I'm pretty sure there was just something faulty with this mix because my dogs got sick and nothing was different about their diet. And I contacted Chewy, full refund. Immediately, they were like, throw it away. We'll send you a new batch, full refund. Like, it was no questions asked. They were so kind about it. And again, that's a very expensive, huge bag of nice dog food. And they just took my word for it, and I thought that was really cool. Fiber. Be gentle with thine butthole. Speaking of horror stories. Fiber. Cheers. Sorry, let's watch some funny videos. I feel like I've just way talked too much today, and I apologize. I think I'm just thriving on the lack of chaos today, and it's been quite nice. Knock on wood. It's okay, Kate. It's okay, CK. We don't judge. We know it's from. I mean, what if it was chocolate? Donna, honestly, I think more people should. Not necessarily like, if nothing's wrong and you don't feel like anything's going on, I don't want you in the toilet like fingering your shit. But it's good to know what your normal of everything in your body is. It's really hard for us as medical professionals if you come to the hospital with an issue, but you can't tell us what your normal was. We don't know how bad the issue truly is until your asshole falls out on the ER floor. It's good to know your normals. I mean, I want to watch all the cool videos you guys have shown me. I don't want you to think I'm like ignoring them or anything. You're more interesting. I can fucking watch videos anytime, but good conversation is rare. Yeah, Viata, they're great. And it's always, I mean, that shit shows up on fucking time. I've never not had dog food or treats. I mean, Chewy's pretty established. And they really do have it for all animals. Like, I think you can even get crickets on there if you want to. It's pretty wild. Way to drive a conversation. I mean, I'm sorry. Well, here's the thing. I assume if you're throwing links at me, you're doing something other than participating in the conversation we're currently having. Therefore, you're bored, and we should probably watch the link you want to watch. That's where my brain goes. So when I ignore the links, I assume you leave. I don't know. A really sad opinion of myself. I'm working on it. Cheers. See, and that's good to know, though. I'm not kidding you. I was listening to some crazy podcast the other day. It was a doctor one, and this doctor was interviewing a few famous skaters, and one of them literally said his asshole's been bleeding for the last 13 years. Pardon? Motherfucking pardon. I got nothing there. I don't know. Same Viata. They're really, I mean, they've got this shit down. $100% Mickle? I'm broken today. I don't know what it is. Yes. Like bowels are something we take very, very seriously because that can lead to a lot of issues really quickly. Yeah. Donna, honestly, there's nothing wrong with it. People can judge all they want, but when the information is needed, you'll have it and they won't. I don't know how to advocate for something at my doctor when my whole reason for going is this is part of my body that just doesn't feel well. And I know there are symptoms just in weird patterns. I mean, if that's all you can give, it's the job of the doctor to inform you whether or not they can work with that information. If they can't work with it, they need to be mature enough to send you to another doctor. I mean, we can't ask for more than that. Asking for more than that leads to people doing their own research and being buried during a world pandemic. You know? Like, that's, it's trite to say, but a medical professional is just a human who is making highly educated guesses. Presumptuously highly educated guesses than you are. You know what I'm trying to say. That wordage is weird, but you know what I'm trying to say. They're still just a human making guesses. And if they don't have the knowledge bank to work with the information you're giving them, they shouldn't even, I mean, it's their responsibility to find someone who can work with that, and that's why we have specialists and shit like that, because they can recognize symptoms that as the layman's who doesn't know medical knowledge doesn't know what the fuck they mean. Like we as consumers of medicine should be able to walk into a doctor's office and be like, this feels funny. And we shouldn't need more language for it because we shouldn't be expected to know it. I don't know it. I mean, I do, but you know what I mean? I'm trying to think, like, that's me going into literally anything other than medicine and being expected to know the jargon and the vernacular and to be, like, basically, are you asking me to pre-diagnose this? Then why am I here? You know? So, Lizzie, in my experience, like, to prepare yourself to be an advocate for yourself, if you're going into the hospital, and I know you know a lot of this because you've had a lot of... Literally, I was telling everyone about your medicated anorexia first thing this morning. I'm not kidding you. We started off on a hot note today. Your extensive fuckery that's gone on with the fucking NHS and shit like that. And the way I usually tell people is, if you've come in with symptoms and you're, like, for instance, if you're already aware that they're going to come at you with an obesity bias or, like, you are a woman of color. I mean, we know it's literally just facts. There is a fucking racial bias. We hate to acknowledge it. It's real. Going in with that knowledge gives you a step ahead already because you can present things you've already done for yourself. Or things you are literally physically incapable of doing because of other diagnoses, i.e., your brain swells and tries to kill you. Just as a random example, nothing specific. So being prepared, like literally the way you stated that question, like, I'm just worried they're going to tell me to run and diet. You're already aware that's coming, so be prepared for it and be like, these are my diagnoses and these are the things I've worked on towards these things, and it has not altered these symptoms today, period. And if they keep pushing it and fighting it, on that note, ask for a different doctor and tell them they're an unprofessional person who's fat shaming. Not everything is due to weight, period. Yes, it can exacerbate situations. It can absolutely make things worse. But no. Period. But being armed with that shit before you go in makes it. I don't want to say you're catching them off guard, but you're kind of catching them off guard. They're very used to people just smiling and nodding and taking everything they say because we're not trained to be an advocate for ourselves. And it makes, I hate to say it, an older male generation of doctors very complacent. And it's super easy and lazy and convenient to write off everything coming into your office as you're fat. If it's not apparent, I have a poor opinion of that. That is lazy. That's not medicine. That's not medicine. Sorry. That's not medicine. Gaslighting. It's gaslighting. Thank you, Glad. It's literally, I was trying to think of a word for it. It's gaslighting. And it fucking is infuriating. But seriously, like, if any conversation is ever thrown at you or you don't know how to present yourself to a doctor, Lizzie, seriously hit me up. Like, I know how to work that system because fuck that. I've had to literally work alongside those doctors, and that is shameful. Oh my god, thresher sharks are warm-blooded? Oh my god, they're aliens, though. They're aliens. They're up there with octopus, then. Literally, yeah, keeping a journal of symptoms, keeping a journal of medicines, your diagnoses, and things you've already done to work on, or things you physically can't do. Because, like, if you go to a doctor with some symptoms for something, technically, as a medical professional, as part of HIPAA, and I don't know how this stands around the world, but in the US, I should not be in parts of your chart that don't pertain to the part of the body you are there concerned about without your permission and clear actual fucking consent. That's a HIPAA violation, you know? So, for instance, if you go into a doctor with symptoms about your leg, they're not theoretically going to go into the chart information about what's going on with your head, which would lead them to presumptuously be smart enough to realize that maybe jostling your body up and down in a jogging formation, which, like, I'm so sorry, running and jogging is the worst thing you can ever do for your body. And for some reason, they always suggest to people to lose weight. But for me, they tell me to stop doing it. What is it, doctors? But anyways, is probably a bad idea, but they wouldn't know that theoretically. Now, some doctors are amazing GPs, thorough as fuck. They get the fuck in there. They dive in. They're not like, I only have to look at your knee because that's the only thing you're talking about. And they'll get in there and they'll learn the whole picture, and they are, they realize it's a whole picture situation. Like we were talking about earlier, that's that podcast I was listening to about the nurse who almost early retired and considered herself disabled, like could not walk to her car without crying because she had pain in her back. There was actually a stiff hip issue. You know what I'm saying? Very much so. And it's gross. I haven't worked with a doctor that does that actively. I've never seen it in the environment I worked in personally. However, I know a lot of people personally to me who have no fucking reason to tell me a fake story about a fat phobic doctor, and I've heard it way too many times to think it's not real. It's too often. It's far too often, and you can't. That is ridiculous. It's like me saying every single person in the world with a wheeze has asthma, and it's probably because you're fat. Yeah, easy, lazy, not correct at all. I was getting this thing where it feels super cold. Oh shit, it jumped. And a little shaky, and I didn't know why until I realized that it would happen 30 minutes before I had a BM. Oh shit, yeah, that's the sweats. Too many doctors are fat phobic and hate women, and I don't know where it comes from. I don't know if it was part of their training or if it was, I hate to think that highly educated people with doctorates in medicine are so susceptible to social media, or not even, it wasn't even social media, but you guys know, like, I don't know when exactly it started. I want to say 80s-ish, but the blossoming of diet and gym culture, and, like, if you don't look a certain way, you must be unhealthy. I hate to think that bled into medicine. That thought processes, which has zero medical backing, what's so fucking ever, but like, I don't know. I haven't seen otherwise. But it kind of like I can't I just there's I mean no shit. It's not that we're given a class that teaches us not to be fat phobic. In medicine, we are not provided a class on nutrition. Period. It doesn't exist. It doesn't even exist in the curriculum. There's never a class on nutrition. You don't even learn about the digestive system outside of basic anatomy and physiology 1 and 2 unless that's your specialty you're going into. Like at all. Let alone, writing off patients as fat for literally any like none of us can deny that excess weight on joints, nerves, bones can absolutely exacerbate injuries and make things harder on your body. But that ain't the same. Like what? The stories y'all have, I mean, you guys know my sister's story. The stories y'all have shared with me outside of that is fucking wild to me. That someone with a medical license can sleep at night knowing that's how they function in their journey to help people, fuck you. Time to retire or something. Go work in a kiosk. And it's sad, Seaton, you're right. A lot of them don't have good bedside manner. And there's kind of I'm not a doctor, but there is a caveat to having a doctorate in medicine. When you work in internal medicine, a lot of the times the hospitals require you to also academically work in some area and publish papers, peer-reviewed papers, continuously while you're working as an active doctor because it makes it makes the hospital rated as a hospital of excellence, which gets them money from the government and gets them better, I don't know, gets them better shit. Hospitals want money. Who knows? They're all businesses. But there's a big thing to that. And it's like, tell me you don't care about the patients without telling me you don't care about the patients. I know I've told you guys a lot of stories about certain doctors I've had to work with that they like you kind of swing one way or the other. If you want to be an academic doctor, a lot of times they make you work inpatient 1 or 2 days a month so that you're keeping your inpatient skills. You're proving you're keeping your inpatient skills by working 1 to 2 days a month. And those 1 to 2 days that we have to suffer you, we're just like, oh my God. Because they have zero bedside manner. It's not their way of being. A lot of them are probably somewhere in the neurodivergent space, and maybe a little not cognizant of it because it's led them to be hyper intelligent in a certain area. And they are some of the smartest people you ever run into, and they will solve your case. But they're going to treat you like getting an A on a paper and not necessarily like a human. You know? Like, they're gonna do a good job because you not being healed or dying is an F, and they don't get Fs. But they're gonna be very unpleasant to be around. It sucks. A lot of surgeons have this personality type. Thank fuck most of you never really have to talk to them much because you're out. But it's almost necessary for what they do. It doesn't excuse being an asshole, but like that level of disconnect from emotion. Because how else do you fucking cut into people? I stabbed people's arteries and I still don't know how I did that. I cut into people's throats and shit. I still don't know how I did that. There's a moment of emergency where you just accept what you need to do and you do it, but I don't know how I did it. I'm still confused. I don't know. Cobain, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Honeybean. I hope you're all doing well. Trouble, and it happens. I mean, I know that's can happen to me. It happens when you're in I'm sure you have this too. When things aren't dire, you're able to work and mask at the same time. But when things get important or serious, in order to effectively fix whatever that is, for me, a human, I got to drop my mask. And if you do something wrong, I'm not going to smile when I tell you about it. I'm going to say, get the fuck off that. Because there's a life in front of me and it's important. And I'm so sorry. I know that can come off bitchy, but that's my patient. That's a human being. Or it's like a piece of code that could explode the company or whatever. I mean, I can only speak to medicine, but you know what I mean? I'm sure we have similar traits in that way. And that's like, you know what I mean? Thank you for the follows. Holy shit. Welcome, everybody. Thank you. Wait, is this a bot follow? Oh, God. I saw someone tweeting about this earlier. Is it happening? God damn it. I had a redhead demon doctor that looked like Prince Harry when I was in the hospital after my last surgery. He was, oh my God. Thankfully, I have a good nurse, including one who met her hubby at an RPG, just like I met mine, that you can always ask for a new nurse. They might buck you, but you have the right to have a new nurse. Thank you for all the follows. Welcome, noobs. I didn't do it. Always blame Barry. Ooh, flower of the day. I ground up the rest of this one. Colombian space cookie. It's pretty decent. I mean, I appreciate the follows if it's actually coming from people, but this is a lot of rapid fire follows within a minute. I've been around for a few minutes. I know where this leads. Don't fucking touch anything, you'll break it. Yep. And it's like that person might be offended at your tone at the moment, but I'm assuming you're probably the same person because we hang out every day. But I will always take the time after a moment like that to be like, sorry if I came off rash or sorry if I came off abrupt. But like, for instance, your hip was about to disconnect my ventilator tubing. I'm sorry in the moment. I said, don't fucking move. And once you explain that, no one's ever like, it's just communication, right? People are always like, oh my God, I had no idea. Thank you for saying that. I would have done the same. That's literally almost exactly the response I would have gotten every single time. I'm not trying to be a dick for dick's sake. I'm being a dick because it's that important, you know? Oh, I wonder if it was your anesthesiologist. Something just drove past my house so big, it rumbled my entire house. Wow, Allie. Big wow. That's sad. According to Twitch, I am a bot. I mean, Barry, honestly, I've met you in person. I still don't know. I'm still trying to figure it out. You had some jerky movements. You could be some metal parts. Bot, ambassador, partner, isn't it? Dude, for how foul I am and how much Twitch is probably ashamed of me being part of their platform, I have a lot of ambassador friends. Like, Twitch, I just can't mask as good. Fuck. I know. I think it's botting at this point. Hold on. I'm going to mute alerts. Sorry about that. Thanks for the follows. Whatever. Or not. One moment. Fun. Love it. I actually literally saw someone tweeting about this earlier, so I kind of have a feeling maybe it's going around Twitch. That's usually the way it is, right? It's usually like an influx of a bunch of streams just getting this shit all at once. Hey, Robo, you're our favorite bot. Let's be real. The only one I want in my chat, I'm going to be honest. That I'm aware of. None of this, though. This shit's boring. Dapper Dame, welcome to my channel. Welcome, Raiders. How are you?
Plant your roots firmly. Our soil is rich and shitty. Let's fucking go. The holes be deep. We're ready to grow. Ah! Did you hear that rhyme? Fucking A. Unplanned. She's on it today, kids. That was great.
Welcome, Raiders. I'm currently being bot followed by a bunch of nonsense, and I'm trying to turn it off. So if you choose to follow me from the raid or what have you, and I don't see it, please don't feel like I'm not acknowledging you. I am just in the midst of whatever the fuck this is, and I appreciate you. Dame, I hope you're doing well, Honeybean. You smell nice. Oh my God, Valen, how are you, my love? There's so many beautiful faces in here. This is great. This is a great time. Half of them are streamers, and I know they've all had this exact thing happen, so I know you understand my brain right now. How the fuck? Like at any other time, I would know exactly how to mute my alerts. And at this exact moment in time, I'm like, how do you mute the alert? Ooh, Next Fest demo. Oh my God, I forgot it was Next Fest. I'm gonna have to check out some of the demos. I completely forgot. Fuck yes. Hell yeah. Thank you, Fallon. Summon the class, keeping the class alive, and giving an anus swings. Go forth and be consensual in all the ways. Because nothing in this world is sexier than pure sober consent, and I hope you're doing well. Thank you for visiting. Just seeing that someone has gone through Steam adding the hentai and sexual content tags to loads of Disney games. Who wasn't awakened by Ursula? Get out. I don't want to know you. Man, if there is any sign that we are a sexually repressed society, is the fact that any time of the week, if I go to Steam and look at the random top games right now, at least 2 of them will be sex simulators at any given time. Wild. Like, you get yours, man, but what? Fuck. Sex work should be legal. Imagine how happy the world would be if it was as easy to get a Starbucks drink as it was to get a handy. Fuck, man. Crazy. No joke, look like my best friend's mom. I wonder who she was based off of. I think Disney bases most of their, like, human face characters after famous people back then. I wonder who she was based off of. She was very characteristic. Robo, thank you for gifting a sub to Dapper Dame. Dapper Dame, use about Wizard of the Highest Order to go forth and be consensual in all the ways, and I appreciate you. I'm just watching chat to try to get these alerts at this point because everything's muted because of the bot shit. I know. The fact that it's Disney games makes me real happy. Like, very excited. That's just pleasant. I forget that you... I mean, Steamboat Willie... Oh. That could be a sex toy. What do you got? What do you got? The rabbit? How about you? Steamboat Willie? Oh my god. Mm-hmm. It's made by the Goop. Steams your pussy at the same time. 2 birds with 1 stone, my dudes. The Goop is evil. I'm kidding. Don't go to the Goop. Gwyneth Paltrow's the devil. Stop it. That was sarcasm, and I'm so sorry.
No! No! No. No.
No. Oh, she was based off Divine. Ursula was based off Divine. There we go. I knew it. I was like, that face is too full of character to not be based off someone famous. Thank you. Hentai jigsaw puzzles have to count for a not insignificant percentage of games on Steam. I mean, honestly, I kind of get that more than the sex games. That just seems really, I don't know, makes me uncomfortable. I don't want to say creepy because I'm not saying the people enjoying those games are creepy. It would make me personally very uncomfortable if, like, a character in a game took their shit off and tried to, like, wiggle their digital titties in my face. And I love titties. I just don't want that. Huh? No. Oh, Trick. Thank you for the hype train, you generous fucks. I cannot hear the alert. I literally had to mute my alerts because we're being bot followed for the moment, and I am so sorry. If I miss literally anything, Max Watt has just gifted a sub to Astacon. Astacon, use about Wizard of the Highest Order. Go forth and be consensual in all the ways because nothing in this world is sexier than pure sober consent, and I fucking appreciate you. Thank you. Hey, girl. Oh my god. Isn't there like steamed? No. Cleveland Steamer. That could be like adjacent to the Steamboat Willie. Would that be taking a dump in someone's ear, though? Did we go too far? No shit, I've played so many games like that in CK, and honestly, I can say of the 30 odd that I've reviewed, maybe 3 have been actually worth playing. I have that feeling they look so cheap. They look like literally every ounce of budget went to pixels on a nipple. And that's the gist of it, which makes me sad because I love me some Nikes. Like, why can't we have high quality Nikes? This is why we play Baldur's Gate. Literally. This is why we play Baldur's Gate, because we can have fun pussy. A Cleveland will... No, why is it Cleveland? That'd be a great trucker name. Now that I associate it with the other Cleamer. Fuck! So tired. The original mechanical vibrator was steam powered. Were there accidents? Oh no. That made me think of some things I've seen in the ER I didn't want to think about ever again, so thank you for that. I know, I think they know what time it is, and I just don't know how. Oh, Cleveland and their shit. What? Why is it named after Cleveland? Do y'all like to dump on each other? What life choices did I make to get me to this moment, dude? I think about that all the time. The fact that most of the most disturbing things I've ever seen on the internet happened before the age of 14, that's what truly worries me. Like, what's this going to do to me 20, 30 years down the road when, like, I have dementia and inevitably start thinking about, like, Pain Olympics? Am I just going to freak out and go hatchet dicks? What's going to happen? Those are your formative years. Those are years you shouldn't have the Wild West of the internet, but we did. It's long-term damage. It's going to happen someday. Sharing is fucking caring. I agree. My poor boy. He's so sick. He's so needy when he's sick. I'm banned from Cleveland, so fuck him. Amen. They'd probably shit on you. I don't understand it, Vex. It's like their internal clock as to when is... Honestly, this is probably a really good sign. Yesterday, he did not come looking at me for walkies, so this is a good sign that he's getting better. Let's be honest. Look at that eye. Hello, my son. Why is your nose so dirty? Were you digging? Hi, bud. Hi, bud. Oh, it's a big stretch. This my poodle. We saw a pretty white poodle do agility earlier. I don't have a white pood, though. I got my beautiful void boy, and then I got whatever the other one is. Cafe au lait, something. He's beautiful. I don't just say that. He truly is really pretty. You're a very pretty boy. Oh, look at those teeth. Oh, those are so pretty, Bubba. Oh, those are so pretty. We brushed them last night, so I'm flattering. He hates it. They're so pretty. Amazing that I can brush his teeth with liver paste and it's fine, but if I do that with my fucking teeth, my dentist gets all weird about it. Huh. Not fair. He's just the sweet. I got real lucky. Zelda's cone comes off tomorrow. How's she doing? She all healed up and everything? Does she have the tattoo? No shit, Lizzie. I get it from the vet. It's like vet approved dog toothpaste. And it allegedly tastes like liver pate. To get them to, like, and it's okay if they eat it. You know, it's not like human toothpaste. We shouldn't be eating human toothpaste. Yeah, it smells like it too, Viana. It's fucking gross. But I don't want them. I mean, have you ever seen a vet dentist bill for a big dog? Oh my God, they have to put him under. They literally have to put him under. You have to pay for anesthesia. Fuck that. I'll brush my dog's tooths. Look how pretty those tooths are, though. Oh yeah, they're so pretty. Another thing to fuck with if you get a puppy, their mouth. Because then they don't mind when they're older. You might see it. Honestly, you know what was weird, Rod? I didn't see the tattoo until months later. I don't know if it's like a weird mark that shows up later, but most vets, as far as I know, Chesh could probably speak to this. I don't know if it's like a law, but they do the tattoo just so, I mean, you know they've been fixed, neutered, spayed, whatever. 6 minutes, perfect. That'll be good timing. I'm sorry we didn't get to all the videos you guys gave me today. You guys are just really fucking interesting, and I talked too much. But apparently, I can't be sorry for that. Not all vets, really. Interesting. Millie had it. It was different though. I don't know if it's because of the size difference. Millie had just like a dot. It was like, you know, the tiniest little blue dot on her belly, right next to the scar. Lilith has a little line. It's just a red line. It's just a tattooed line, and it's just like a sign she's been spayed, just in case the scar is gone. Cats and dogs more common. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I can't imagine tattooing something smaller than that. Oh my god, ow. Yzma has an ass? That's actually really cool. Dude, you're right. I want to save everything. I just talked too much. I always do that, though. I don't know why you guys want to hang out with me is a mystery, but I appreciate it. This song makes me sad, but I like it. It's a very confusing feeling. It's the end, but we can go rewatch it. Please watch Has Been on Prime. Oh, she has a bigger scar because of her hernia. You know, I had my boy pug way back in the day had an undescended nut. So he had a big scar up his belly where they had to surgically remove the other nut. It's a great song, but it's like listening to that song from Lord of the Rings. Seriously, it still gives me those vibes. The Last Goodbye, gorgeous song, but I still get really sad when I listen to it. Cause like the last goodbye, you know. Dapper. Literally, it's about the end of my time as well. I shall take who of your people decided to stay, and I shall thrust them upon someone amazing as usual. Drink water, stretch, and take care of yourself. I love you. Don't get blood clots, my dudes. Blood clots? Blood clots. She doesn't tattoo at all. Interesting. I thought they all did it. Thank you. I knew you would know. Thanks, McTaggart. I feel like I'm an asshole. I think my brain subconsciously literally says like, you guys are here now at this moment, and this moment will never be back again. Whereas I can literally watch links and videos that are funny at any given time, any time of the day, anytime. But you're not at any time. So I prioritize the conversation. And I feel bad if that's like not what you guys enjoy, but you're more interesting than any short form media ever. And I mean that sincerely. Volticon, shut up. Don't be so nice. Oh no. I love ass and sass, to be honest. When you put them together, it's the ultimate combination, and I adore it. Molly, thank you for those biddies, you generous fuck. Sorry, I was trying to catch up on chat. Allie, be safe. Don't let anyone get you with the nasties. Gyms and their sweat. I love our chats too, honestly. It's the best thing ever. Sex, I got a new phone. A couple months ago, I was finally able to afford a new phone because I didn't know this, but the fall, iPhone established this, which is, this is part of the song makes me sad. iPhone created a weird phenomena where fall is like new phone drop season, so I got the older model for like no monies. I got a new phone that actually works and gets things on it now. It's incredible. Yeah, and it doesn't fold in half, so it's not likely to die this time, which is also very pleasant. Yep. I've had the same phone number since I was 16. Wild. Super weird. I think that's what mine is. It's an ultra some, I don't know. I got it for super cheap, not even rebate. Like it was just, marked down because an identical new model is coming out, but people loved it. The phone thing. I think it's only with iPhones. I've never known someone with Samsung that's like jerking off and waiting in line for the new Samsung, but whatever. It might exist. Oh, fuck. That sucks. See, I went to Google Fi and they let you bring a number with you. Thank fuck. But yeah, I've literally had the exact same phone number for so long. It's really weird. Oh, Molly. I mean, I fucking appreciate every moment of stream all the time. I'm going to cry again. I cried at the end of stream yesterday and I don't want to do it again. But seriously, I wouldn't be the same person if it wasn't for the conversations we have every day. You truly do morph the way I think and the way I am as a human being for the better all the time. And I don't think that kind of growth as a human is possible without just real conversation. You know? It's priceless, and I will never ever take it for granted ever. Happy 420. Cheers. I got it and you didn't. Me too. Mine was 2004 too, Rage. Yeah, I got the little Nokia brick. My mom got it for me just in case I broke down in the middle of nowhere because I was driving and had a job. But the irony was there was no reception anywhere where it would be necessary to call someone if you broke down because there's no people. Thankfully, I never broke down, but like, it was irony. But yeah, I've had the same fucking phone number since then. And it's like, it's cool because it's been the same phone number for X amount of years now. We're not going to talk about it. But I get random calls from Eastern Washington to this day from the prison and or other Eastern Washington phone numbers. Like every single phone number in Eastern Washington has the exact same area code. That's how few people are in Eastern Washington. And I mean, who the fuck answers their phone? I have it on mute all day. But once a month at least, I get a missed call from a prison. And I'm like, who the fuck is in prison that knows my phone number in Washington State? Like Walla Walla. It ain't my brother's. I checked. But it could be literally anybody from any time because I've had it for so long, I have no idea. What up, Metal? How are you, love? I mean, Sir Onlin, honestly, that's about mine too. I think the Nokia brick was one of the first, like, normal people affordable cell phones. You know? Like I always say, I wasn't born into technology. I wasn't born into affordable technology. Like, my family didn't have any of that shit. That was rich people's game, car phones and stuff. I knew one person growing up who had a car phone, and their dad was a dermatologist, so still mystified by those, by the way. Yep, I got it from Google Fi as well. Yeah, Google Fi is the shit. Oh, 2007, which is when you finally got a cell phone. Honestly, I wasn't even excited because by the time I got a cell phone, I mean, seriously, the Nokia brick, I'm talking the one that didn't even have Snake. It couldn't text. It didn't have Snake on it. I don't think it had a game. I think it was you called people. And to this day, I'm boggled by the fact that there was a call button and a hang up button. Someone in chat said that the other day, and it reminded me how weird that was. It's weird. Why didn't we just have the same button? I don't know. No other phone. We just accepted that. Like every other phone in the world, it was just a dial. Like the one. But cell phones, we were like, yeah, two buttons. What? See, we didn't, Kinger, we were the same, but honestly, I kind of got my mom's, like, reasoning. We didn't need one. Like, back in the day, you didn't need a computer to function in the world. You could still go to a place of employment and hand them a paper resume not that long ago. I'm not that old. It's not that long ago. You could still do that. And nowadays, you're almost at a disadvantage in society if you don't know how to use a computer or at least have something. It's kind of sad. I feel bad for the older generation. I've told you guys that, like, even back, I mean, this was like 15 years ago when I was working at Lowe's, older dudes who were like retired but looking for a side gig, just a job to make a couple bucks on the weekends, would come into Lowe's with a paper resume, and I'd have to explain them, we don't accept paper resumes, you have to apply online, and they'd look at me like I had just spoken a completely different language, because not only did they not have a computer, what the fuck is online? And I would think to myself, like, this dude probably has 60 years experience in building homes, and he can't apply to work in hardware at Lowe's because he doesn't have a computer. What the fuck? Thankfully, we finally got like a computer dedicated, like a little kiosk at the store to help people apply online, because that was the case so often. It was just insane. It was shameful. It was embarrassing to be like, you have to use the internet. Oh my God, which you do not have to use at this place of work in any way, shape, or form. But yeah, we finally got the kiosk, and I mean, we had a kiosk. It was there were two stations, but one PC, and we just sit there and I'd fill it out for him, because it's just there. You don't need any of that to work in a hardware store. Back then, you didn't. I mean, you like You didn't need to know how to use the internet well. You know, we want your fucking brain because you built houses for 70 years, for fuck's sake. That's what we want. Oh, the places that make you use an app? Yeah. I know, my poor poopy boy. He's not nearly as clingy today, thank fuck. But still a little clingy. But I think he usually does this needy shit right around the end of the closing time. And he didn't do this yesterday. So this is a really good sign, actually. This means he might actually want to go for a walk. Do you actually want to go outside and play, maybe? You can't see it, but his tail is down, and I hate it. It's like one of the signs. For him, personally. My boy's tail is never down. Oh, there it is. There's your little wiener butt. There's your little wiener butt, my boy. You're getting better. He's getting better. He'll get there. He had a shit earlier. He might just be personally a little embarrassed because I had to clean his butt. Sorry about that, bud, but you ain't gonna walk around with a shitty crack. That's just weird. It's so orange, although it looked like Trump. No pun intended. Straight up. Just an orange asshole. Ooh, I'm excited to see your cosplay. Fuck yes. Seriously, I think it mentally when I go out in the yard to, pick up their shit and analyze it. It's bright orange when you give them the pumpkin. And I'm like, look at that little pile of Trump. I don't say it out loud because there's no one to hear me, but I think it. And that's what's important. I don't like when you're low energy. It makes my heart so weepy for you. You're still cute, though. My child. My baby boy. You're a good boy. You absorb all the light in the room, but you're a good boy. The bestest. Oh, did you do it on... No, I was able to pull Discord up. Hold on, let me see if my DMs... On Discord, I'm assuming. Please don't be a douche cockle today, Discord. Please don't fuck with me. Or... Do you have something you want to say, bud? Is Timmy in the well? Discord's being a douche. Do you have the link to it? I think we'd all love to see it. That would be a good happy note to end the stream on, is awesome reminders that Has Been Hotel exists and you should check it out. He is. He really is. And I mean, I'm sure you know this rage, and anyone who's had a dog like this. It's honestly, I feel so spoiled in how well behaved they are in general and how easy it is to train them into a certain behavior. Because I put so little work into it. Yeah, I'm like, one day I'm like, I'd like to teach them this thing. Oh, you got it. But you didn't do... Oh, you just figured it out. Okay. Like, they just do it. Labs and shit are not stupid, but they're himbos. You know, they follow commands, and beyond that, they're not going to think independently. These guys figure it out because they like pick up what you want, and it pleases them. And it's just so bizarre. It's wild. I was talking about this the other morning, but they love to hunt anything that runs, obviously, like any hunting dog would. But I've worked on commands to, like, stay, and basically, I'm not going to say it, but a command that permits the yogging over to the squirrel. They're too smart. You know what I mean. And the other morning, I had the door open, and they were both sitting on the back porch because we've been practicing on this, so they know they can't go freak out and run after the thing unless I say the thing. And they were vibrating. I tried to whip my phone out and get a picture so fast, but whatever it was they saw got away before I could do it. I didn't have my phone at the time. They were sitting there, like, they were both sitting upright, but they looked like they were hovering. They were just like, and I followed their eye line, and it was a fucking squirrel. And they were just, like, I thought they were going to literally take off like a fucking rocket. It was insane, but they didn't. They didn't go. They suffered. And then once the squirrel took off, like squirreled off so they couldn't see it anymore, they just, like, snapped out of it and started playing like they were having the best fucking time of their life, just with each other. It was crazy. It's just so weird. I had a pug for 13 years. Arguably maybe intelligent, stubborn as all give fucking hell and don't give a fuck what you care, and they just fake poop in peace so they can poop in your bed. But she's perfect and I loved Millie. These guys live to please, and it's just the weirdest thing. No shit, I can't even spell it. I'm not kidding you, Rage, I can't spell it. What was I saying the other? Oh, we were spelling it backwards. Klaw. We KLAW now. They don't know that one yet. Millie literally answered to no one. She gave 0 fucks. She ruled the roost, and I respect that. I get it. Like, I fucking get it. She was a perfect princess. These guys, they live to serve. I mean, they just want to make you happy, and they figure out what will make you happy before you even realize what will make you happy. I've told you guys that. Like, they figure out body language and shit that now has become a command, but they just figured it out on their own. And then I had to interpret. I'm like, okay, what got that behavior out of you? Oh, it's every time I snap, which I'm not going to do right now because it does something. But you know what I mean? Weird shit like that, they're just too smart. I mean, Sexcellent, honestly, I wonder. Like, we joked, Zach and I, seriously, we make voice, we still will make Millie's voice, which was either a British old proper lady or something like this, like Roz, and, like, imitate, like, Grandma, because I wonder, she used to herd them. She feared nothing. I mean, you guys know, I used to have to take Millie to specifically large dog parks because she would bully all the dogs her size. She couldn't go there anymore. She had to go big dog parks. She'd bully them. She had a spirit. She really did. I mean, Millie had 0 time. I mean, no. I didn't know. I've never like brought in puppies to an older dog situation, so I had no idea how she would react. But part of me, I think, like ignorantly thought maybe she would go into like what's the word? Like a maternal role with the puppies. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. She went fucking commander military mode on them. They feared that little ball of bark. Hard. They didn't snuggle. They respected. Like that. Why? You're just a good boy. Thank you. Thank you for the kisses. You're very sweet. I don't know where your mouth's been. You make me very nervous, child. Very, very nervous. I mean, I love him back, so I'm glad. Yeah, like maternal instincts, they didn't exist. It is. It's always. And Millie had like big dog personality, but she had the small dog, like, inherent attitude mixed, which made her feisty as fuck. But she was the sweet girl. She was a sweet girl. I know, she's so ready. Are you ready to go on the KLAWs? He's just, I want him to get excited, and he just is so droopy, low energy. We'll do short one. Do a short one. I'm a poor sick boy. He'll get better. He took a big old dump earlier. He might just be like a little scarred from it. I'm gonna do my best to save the links as I usually try to. I do have a list where I throw them, but I had a lot of fun today. We had like the most eclectically strange, random conversation. We got to see a poodle do some epic tricks. I got to tell you dogs about dogs. I got to tell you dogs about the stories of the past. Yep. We got to hang out with Trick. You didn't shit on anything inside, and that's my favorite way to be. And you don't seem more sick, which is the best. Oh, that's a good spot. Sorry, I can't stop now. I got the soul spot. That good spot, Bubba. Oh, he just looks so tired. I hate it. His eyes get so droopy when he's not feeling good, and my heart's like, what's going on? It's Timmy and the whale. Your sadness breaks my soul, but we'll get you there, okay? You'll get excited once you see that Leash. We're just spelling now. Now we've become Sesame Street. Word of the day. Word of the fuck. I mean, honestly, we've never had bad conversations. We always haven't. But sometimes you guys just light me off. And I feel like I don't mean to disregard. I have so many links you guys gave me. I grabbed them all. But you guys will always come first. You are more interesting and, for lack of a better term, more temporary than all this shit on the internet. Like, I can look and laugh at shit on the internet anytime, but you're cool and you're only here now. So, like, I'll do my best to save them as long as my browsers don't crash in the midst of it. I'll do it right after I get back from their KLAWs. Amazing. Amazing. You're so handsome. You want to go? The tone is I think it's the tone. They don't understand language, but the tone you say the same thing over and over, I think they know. Hey, Bubba. Hey, bud. Don't wilt. Okay. I'm gonna raid someone and find someone awesome to thrust you all upon. But I truly appreciate all of you. You're awesome. I feel like I'm a sap. SBD? What's that? They are. They are. Tone and very much body language. Yep. You know what? I ran out of CBD, and the brand that I normally get, they're out of. So I haven't been able to replace it. Otherwise, I totally would have given him some. Maybe that's what we'll do afterwards. We can go on a little RIDE in the JEEP. Okay, I just have to stop. It's too much. I have never been a good speller, for fuck's sake. Fuck nuggets. I'm very excited for daylight to not only be 10 minutes a day, so I don't have to rush the fuck out with these guys while my Twitch loads so I can actually see the fuck's on. I'm excited for that. I'm real tired of these short days. They suck. I know. I can't spell it forward. Like KLAW is working for now, but they'll learn that one. They're just, everything's a challenge to them. Like, you put a lid on something, in their mind, oh, I better get that lid off. There's something good inside, but there's nothing inside. But they'll figure it out. They're just too smart. Like, I never had to get, like, when we were potty training, with my golden retriever, we had a little bell, like a little reindeer bell strapped to the doorknob, and he would nose it. The moment they could reach the doorknob, before I could even think to myself, oh, I should get the bell, they jingle. They know exactly how to hit it to make it go jingle. Just the doorknob. They're too smart. They're too fucking smart for their own good. I'm gonna read Dan. I haven't got to hang out with Dan for like a week, and that is that's a lack. I've had a lack of Dan in my life. If you don't know Domestic Dan, one of my oldest and dearest friends from the Twitch sphere, who's also an IRL friend. Oh my god, oh my god, finally, dude. Okay, on the flip side of, we were talking, just like while I type in his name and stuff, I swear to God, I'm taking my dogs for a walk, but no shit, on the flip side of doctors having like the like obesity bias, whatever the fuck you want to call it, someone getting insurance to cover a CPAP if they have sleep apnea and they aren't overweight is bar fucking impossible. Trying to prove to someone who works at the insurance company who has no medical background at all that an anatomical difference in this person's throat is causing severe sleep apnea that could kill them and they need a CPAP. But are they fat? That's their one criteria. And it's like, are you fucking with me? Ooh, I'm gonna watch. I'm excited. I actually haven't Shrouded and I played for a while, but I got really bored. It felt like I was doing the exact same thing. Like, the landscape looks identical no matter where you are, and I was fighting the exact same bad guys over and over for like over 6 hours of pure gameplay. I was bored out of my fucking mind. So I'm hoping maybe they updated it and there's more. Because it looks like it's a really good like builder survival game, honestly. I want more. I deserve more than that. Yeah, Luna, I was gonna say, like, I would say we're all domesticated in that, and maybe this is only a thing that happens in the US, but in the US, if you have like a colony of feral cats, there are organizations you can call who will come out, trap those cats, spay and neuter them, and then release them back under your house. They don't kill them. They're not there to harm them. They just want to stop them breeding. But at the same time, sometimes they'll give them a whole bunch of vaccines and shit. And I feel like we're like, minus the spaying and the neutering, for some of us, good for you out there getting vasectomies and shit. Thank you so much. For some, we're just like that Someone was pissed we lived under their bridge, so they called someone and they put us in a cage and they gave us a bunch of shots. So now we're not like spreading diseases, but we're still like, you know, like safer, like pretty surely safe 80% of the time, most of the time. You know? My Nana had that exact instance happen. She had a bunch of feral cats start breeding under her deck, and she called. I don't know who the organization was, but they literally come out, bunch of volunteers, trap the cats, bring them to a vet who does it pro bono, fix and spade them all, and then they just let them back under her porch. They don't kill them or anything. They just want to stop the out of control breeding because it's unhealthy. They start inbreeding. Cats are unhealthy. It's just it's unsustainable. It's not healthy for the fucking cats. Are they really common? Yeah, I think that happens anywhere where the environment's like mild, you know? Yeah, I think their cats in the wild are actually really detrimental to local species. We can talk about this later. I really do have to take my dogs out. But there's a lot of places in the US where it's illegal to have outdoor cats because cats will decimate, like literally eradicate species of local fauna that is not equipped to fight cats. Something like that. It's really sad. Someone who works with rescue orgs said the last resort bait for cats is KFC chicken. No shit, there was a KFC in the parking lot of the Lowe's I worked at for 7 years, and fuck you not, we would make jokes about how it was the clown car of cats, because I never saw cats go in, but cats were always crawling out of their dumpster. No shit, I never saw a cat crawl in, but anytime you went outside, there'd be like 4 cats oozing out of this dumpster at the KFC. What the fuck? Amazing. Yeah, like it was a Lowe's. It's a huge, big box hardware store essentially that has a lumber yard attached and a garden center. And then our parking lot was monstrous. And there was literally an espresso stand, privately owned espresso stand, because Washington State, on one side of the parking lot. And then on the other side of the parking lot, there was a KFC and a Walgreens. It's one of I don't even know what you would call that. It's like one of those just areas where there just is other stores, but they weren't connected. Like, there wasn't a strip mall. I don't know what you call that, but I feel like every hardware store has something like there's usually other stores in their giant parking lot for no reason. I don't know. Oh, we had a KFC. The other restaurant was Panda Express because I remember it the first time I ever smelt it first thing in the morning. I was working in the garden center. I was like, oh my god, why does Panda Express smell so good first thing in the morning? And then by day 3, the smell literally initiated an involuntary gag reflex, and now I can't smell it. Something's wrong with the food, Jim. Like a shopping center. Maybe that's it. Yeah. It's like not a strip mall, not an outdoor strip mall or anything. It's not like any of the shops are connected. It's just like they set up shop in the parking lot and establish their own parking lot. And I don't know. It's really weird. It's huge. I mean, it was like kind of tiring to walk from one side of our parking lot to the other. It was wild. Cart return sucked. I'm raiding my boy Dan. I love you guys. Dan's going to play some Enshrouded, which seriously, I was more excited about that than Pal World, but I don't think there's enough content yet. It just seems very repetitive. And a little difficult for how repetitive it is. Like, why go to this new zone if everything looks exactly the same? It's just higher level kind of shit. But I don't know. I'm excited to see him play more. Again, I love Dan, so you be fucking nice. Like, overtly. Yeah? Yeah. What's today? Tomorrow's Thursday. That's it. That's all I got. I'm going to, again, try to save the links. We can watch those in the morning. I just remembered Barry gave us that link to that hour fucking interview with the cast from Has Been. Holy shit. If I forget, if someone wants to remind me of that, we can do that first thing in the fucking morning. But then I want to play some more Alan Wake before I forget what the hell's going on in the game. I'd like to beat it because there's a lot of those. And that game's really good. So I'm going to intertwine that in somewhere. And then Faded Friday and all the things. So please, for the love of fuck, come hang out if you want. But in the meantime, you go be sweet as pie to my boy Dan because I'm Mama Bear protective of my friends. I would do the same for you. I love you guys. Take your joy, wash your hands, and clean your bong. I see you, bitch. Shit's dirty. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Pray for my dog's butt, whole and otherwise, because as of late, shit's been questionable.